What's up, duelists? Welcome to the Tuesday stream. Hope everyone is doing fine in the summer heat today as well. I've closed all the blinds in this room, so no sun entering the room today. So it's a little bit better than yesterday, I think. But yeah, we'll make do. Welcome to Malice in Wonderland. Yep, we're gonna talk about that as well in a second. Yeah. No sun, now we're really gaming. Yep, we have entered gamer mode. Oh yeah. Today is gonna be a fun one, I think. We're gonna be doing a whole lot of different stuff related to TCG and Master Duel, mostly today. Should be fun. And we're obviously gonna talk about the announcements, all the things, and then we're gonna have some fun alongside. Let's just do the warm-up real quick before I talk about what we do today, so that everyone is assembled. But yeah, we'll talk about it in just a second. Also, Anthem of the World, Rushi, and Fiatcha. Thank you guys for the subs during the starting soon screen. I appreciate you guys. Are you going to the Stuttgart Regional in September? I haven't made plans for September yet. Maybe. I don't know yet. Like, I am planning on doing a TCG Worlds grind at some point in the future. Again, I don't know which season I'm going to commit to it. But maybe it's next season. I don't know. It depends how Worlds and Master Duel goes. Of course, in the best case scenario, we win, and then I don't have to worry about it. But we'll see. All right. Let us guess some cards first things first, though. Oh, we started with a flu card. Is that map? I feel like that's magnificent map. Yeah. Is that a good sign for today's stream? Ultimate perfect moth, ultimate insect, no, ultimate moth, dude. Ultimate great, this one? No. Ultimate great insect. Yeah. Okay. I was thinking Infernity Barrier for a second, but I don't think it is that. Gladiator Beast? Gladiator Beast. But it's not comeback. Gladiator Beast. It's not comeback. Charge? Rejection? Gladiator Rejection. Okay. I want to say this is something Ignis. Flame Spirit Ignis. Yeah. Ooh, that's like one of the Starry Night. I think. Starry Night. Oh god, there's so many. CL. Ceremony. Starry Night Ceremony. Okay. This is Nephthys, servant of no? It is Nephthys though. Conductor, no. Matriarch. Devotee. Hand. Yep. Yeah, it's the first one, the first support one. I think it came out alongside Nephthys. The same set. I have no idea what this is. Wonder Ixies. Feels Phantom Knighty. Is that Break Sword? No, I really thought it was. I still think it's Break Sword. Shadow Veil, okay. That is Dragon Caller Magician, or it's a spell that has it on it. Pendulum Call has it on it, I think. Yeah. It feels familiar, but I can't name it yet. Oh, that's the World Chalice vanilla chosen by the World Chalice. No, Beckoned? Beckoned, right. It is the vanilla though, right? 1800? Pre-prep? No. Is it? It's not prep. No, it's not prep. It's not prep. Urgent? Urgent ritual art. Hmm. Ooh, I think that is a Noble Knight card. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm not sure. I do think it's Noble Knight. When this one. Ah. Spellbook of Judgment. Lost Blue Breaker? Yeah. Not sure. Oh, this is like the Almarduk thingy. World Chalice, Guard Dragon, Almarduk, Andrake, Guard Dragon. Okay, same thing. Not quite, but I was on the right track. Oh, this is Prohibition. Happy Memory. Yeah. Hmm. I don't know what that is. Nope. Mutant Arsenal. Okay, that explains why I don't know what it is. That is Ignister. No, not Ignister Prominence. I think it's the Draco Slayer. Draco Slayer. No, the True Draco rather. True Draco. Wait, what? Is it a Draco Slayer? Ignister? No, it's not Ignister Prominence. Draco Ignis Phoenix. That's the word I'm looking for. Yeah. Okay. I was confused. What is the True Draco called? Ignis Heat. Ah. Magician of Faith. Mystical Sheep 2? Mystical Sheep 1? Okay. Red Nova Dragon, please. Yeah. Ooh. Do I know this card? I'm not sure. I feel like I know it. But I'm not. I don't know what it's called. It's like very old. Something Dark Ruler. Yeah. Puppet Magic. Trick Clown. It's not one of those. Megaroid City. Yeah. Oh, Fucho. Fucho. I feel like I know this one. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. Well, okay. This feels familiar, too. That's a Link monster. Is that a Goki? Goki Great Ogre? There's a lot of ogres. Okay, nice. I didn't know they had this many Goki ogres. Is that Silver Gadget? No, it's not Silver Gadget. Is that a Stronghold retrain? Stronghold, the hidden fortress? No. Powerhold. Ah, okay. Jar pot of riches? Yeah. I think I've seen this card. That's a hero. Dread Servant. That's a Destiny hero. Yeah. This feels very familiar. This is Bestial Albalos, isn't it? Yeah. Graceful Dice. Microcoder? Yeah. Don't think I know this one. No. I have no idea what that is. Rescue Warrior. Something Gorgon. Gorgonic. It's an Xyz. It's a rank 3. Gorgonic Guardian. Yeah. Lock Cat. Yeah. No. This feels psychic to me. It feels, yeah, there's definitely psychic stuff, but I don't know what it's called. I think it's a spell trap. Supernatural regeneration. Okay. Ah. Blowpipe. No, it's not Amazon. It's Blowpiper. It's something Piper though. Dragon Piper, Apprentice Piper. Yeah. This one I don't know. Enma's Judgment. Who is Enma? This could be Wasteland. No. The Mize of the Land? Yeah, it's the Mize of the Land. The Pumpkin King, right? Yeah. Punk. Yes, that's Punk. Which one is that? I think it's Xiaomin. I don't think it's Foxy Tune. I think Foxy Tune is more yellow to it. Yeah. That's a Union card. Union. Dude, it's a trap, I think. Union Scramble? It could be that. Yeah. Ooh, old vanilla angle. Uh-oh. Oh, dude, I feel like we've had this like a week ago. Practical? Practical. Yeah. Who's that? I don't know who's that. Triggering Worm. Okay. It's another old card. Oh, dude. What's that called? Sleeping Lion? Sleeping Lion. This one I've seen, but I don't know what it's called. All right, well, 820, not bad. Not bad. It's acceptable. Not, I declare not washed today. It was not a bad round. It was okay. All right. Stuck at 800. Look, we used to be stuck at 600, and then we used to be stuck at 700, and now these days we're doing okay. All right, let's quickly get this out of the way, and then we'll talk about the plan for today. Ooh, we're looking for a level 4 Dark Monster. More than 1500 attack, less than 1500 defense. And newer than 2015. Yeah, I was thinking Fallen of Albaz was the first thing I was thinking. But you know what? Let's take Albaz the Ashen. Ah! Okay. Okay. People, okay, look. I swear I didn't know what the card was today. I just meant Albaz the Ashen out of vibes, okay? It is not. It seems very rigged. It seems very, very rigged. Oh, to be fair though, it's not very hard. Okay. I thought we were gonna get your prompt in Shaft yesterday. Instead, we got Brexit. I mean, I honestly, I have no idea when MBT was planning to use the prompt. He said last week. He told me he needs it as soon as possible. So I didn't really have time to think about what kind of prompt I wanted to do, and then I did one, and then it just wasn't this week's prompt. I don't know. Maybe he just thought the idea for yesterday was so much fun that he wanted to do it immediately. I have no idea. But yeah, I have no idea when it's gonna happen. But I mean, it's fine. Is your prompt a card? You're just gonna have to wait and see. I don't know how fun it's gonna be. I have no idea how this plays out. I haven't really watched a lot of MasterChef. Like I understand the concept of it, but I haven't really seen much of it, so I don't really know how these prompts play out and which ones would be fun and which ones wouldn't be. So I just made something up that I thought was interesting, but we will see. It is not. I already said last time someone asked. It is not Runic Fountain. My my prompt was not Runic Fountain. That was my initial idea, or like the first thought I had, but I felt like that was way too predictable and way too you know. So I did not give them Runic Fountain as the prompt. But yeah, I won't spoil anything. I won't spoil anything. And with that, welcome to the stream today. We have a couple of things to talk about. Of course, we're going to cover some news that came out. I'm also going to change my stream schedule for the week because of it. I'll tell you guys about it in a second. And then we have some other things to talk about. Some things to react to. And then I want to talk about the TCG for a moment, because we started talking about it yesterday and I realized, okay, this is an interesting topic. I want to talk about it, but I wanted some time to prepare for it. So I did prepare some visuals to talk about the TCG at the moment, because we are in an interesting time for the TCG, I feel like, because we're kind of like nearing the end of, or like we have reached the end of Alliance Inside format, right? And we are headed into Duelist Advanced format, which we're going to have to wait and see how big of a shift it's going to be. But I do want to talk about like the current situation in the TCG, and also what I would change to make it better, even though I don't know how likely it is. We're going to get a ban list anytime soon, but that's what I want to talk about basically, so that we can basically draw a line under Alliance Inside format and move forward to Duelist Advanced format, which is going to be the next big TCG topic for me, is looking into some Duelist Advanced decks, which I'm probably gonna, once I have my hands on the cards I need, the cards I want to test from the set, I'm probably gonna organize some remote duels to return to the stream at some point in the upcoming weeks, so we can do some testing with the new archetypes. I think that's gonna be very helpful. So yeah, I just have to like find a way to make that work on stream. I feel like we've done it a couple of times, we've done it occasionally, and whenever we did, it was like, it was fun, but it was also like the streams where I feel like they were worse than some of my other streams, simply because chat interaction is difficult during remote duels because I'm interacting with my opponent. I'm still thinking of a way to solve that problem. Maybe it's also not a problem. Maybe it's just a problem that I feel, not something that the viewers feel. Maybe it's fine, because I'm just so used to be able to interact with people while I stream. But yeah, regardless, I'll figure that out. Then obviously we're gonna have to talk about some Master Duel news. So maybe we start with the big Master Duel news, which also is related to the change in stream schedule for the week, because yeah. But yeah. So before we hop in, Campass, thank you for the 17 months. Welcome back. Chucky, thank you for the 2 years of support. I appreciate you. Isrob, or IZ Rob, thank you for the 7 months. I feel like they're going to release Ryziel in August. Would you prefer both Ryziel and Malice for Worlds format or not? I mean, we're going to talk about it in a second. It's confirmed that we're going to get Malice. So to me, that is the one I like less out of the two. So of course I would be happy for Ryziel to come out before Worlds. I don't know how likely it is that they drop both, but I guess we're gonna have to wait and see. But I don't know if it's likely. Nekuaris, thank you for the 23. Dragonfire, thank you for the 10. And Kisei MHL, thank you for the 7 months. I appreciate you guys. All right. So the news I was talking about, of course, is a new selection pack is here. Date available July 4th, which is this Friday. Struggle in Wonderland. And oh boy, am I gonna struggle in Wonderland this Friday. The new Malice archetype, the Revolutionary Battle Wasp and Tenny have new cards as well. I don't know if the Battle Wasps are that revolutionary, but sure. Yeah. The only cards we know are in this pack so far are Malice Heartscriptor, obviously hinting at the entire Malice archetype. I suppose the only question that remains to be seen is whether we get March here or not, because I mean everything else, every other Malice card was released at the same time in the TCG, and I do think it is basically 100% that we're gonna get all the other Malice cards in here. Chances are March here will be here as well, because that's just how it's been recently. Recently, they haven't really split up archetypes that were spread out in the TCG over like 2 packs. They haven't really split them out in Master Duel for like 1 or 2, for like multiple packs. So I think chances are pretty good that we're getting March here with this as well. Now, what we're probably not going to get, because it's also more recent in the TCG, I think is like, I don't think we're getting the Adignister support in this pack. At least I feel like the Allied Code Talker would be a card that they announce beforehand, because it's like that's its own archetype, right? Adignister and the Allied Code Talker is a pretty good and I mean iconic Cyberse card. So I feel like that would be something they would announce beforehand. So I don't expect that we get the Adignister cards, but I also don't think that it matters too much at the moment in Master Duel, because in Master Duel you still have the full consistency package for Malice, because that's another thing here that I wanted to bring up real quick. Previously, I think whenever they dropped a new pack that had any sort of pre-limits to it, I think they announced those at the same time. If I remember correctly, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like when, like, for example, when they announced what was released with a pre-hit? I think Tenpai was released with a pre-hit. I think Tenpai had like the field spell add 2 or something. Or Fiendsmith as well, right? I think they announced the pack that had Fiendsmith at the same time as the semi-limit. I'm pretty sure. I think that's how it worked. It was like, here's an upcoming selection pack, and here's an upcoming Forbidden and Limited List update. And they announced it at the same time. Unless they changed that behavior, you know, unless they've switched up the way they do this, this would mean that Malice is released completely unlimited, right? No changes to Malice whatsoever, which is pretty crazy if they also have March here. Like, Malice with everything at 3, plus March here, plus 2 copies of Gold Sarcophagus is insane levels of power, alongside the fact that people can't really play Artifact Lancia in Master Duel because it's best of 1, and the deck has Appaloosa. Is crazy. -1 terraforming though. Oh, okay, no, we're fine. There's no terraforming. All right, we're safe. Never mind. Malice is ass. No, on a real note, like the deck's crazy. The deck's gonna be crazy if it releases in this state. And I guess we're gonna find out on Friday what exactly is in this pack. The rest in this pack, from what I can tell right now, Battle Wasp, unfortunately, I gotta say, probably completely irrelevant. Liberator Ito, not a good card. Delta of Invitation is not bad. There's some interesting combos with Delta of Invitation to make an instant Varudras with a small Eldritch package. It's not a bad card at all, but also, like, niche. And then the Tenny support, I think, is cool. I like the new Tenny cards. I really do. Especially the new Tenny Field Spell I find fun. But I also don't know how relevant this is. I've always wanted to mess around with the Tenny Field Spell in Paleo. But I never got around to doing it in the TCG. So maybe we'll do it in Master Duel with the new Tenny cards. But Tenny itself, like Tenny Sword Soul, probably something that some people are going to mess around with, but I don't think it's going to be too relevant. So the big news on Friday is going to be Malice. So speaking of Friday, normally I don't stream Fridays, but I will change my streaming schedule for this week. So what I'm going to do is basically I'm going to take this opportunity, because tomorrow is supposed to be the hottest day of the week in Germany by far, maybe even the hottest day of the month. I'm going to take tomorrow off because it's supposed to be like incredibly hot tomorrow, and we're just going to go swimming or something. I'm going to take tomorrow off and stream Friday instead, because Friday is not going to be Friday is not supposed to be that hot, I think. I checked earlier. So we're going to be live on Friday instead of tomorrow, because tomorrow is going to be hell. And then the only thing is on Friday, because I didn't think I was going to stream, I did make a dentist appointment on Friday at the usual time where I start streaming. So the stream on Friday is going to start like an hour or 2 later, because I have that. So, but I don't know how long it's going to take. Probably not that long. So we're just going to be like an hour or two late and then just play some Malice. Because even though I'm not the biggest Malice fan, you guys know this. I have not been a big fan of Malice in the TCG. I don't really like the deck. But it is ultimately going to be probably the best deck in Master Duel for a while, at least until we get Ryziel. It's gonna, like, if it is releasing in this state that I'm thinking it's gonna release, it is going to be the best deck by a lot. It is not close. So, in regards to preparing for the World Championship, I'm gonna have no choice but to learn it. And like, I mean, I feel like I know what Malice does, of course, because I've played against it a lot in the TCG. But still, playing against the deck and playing the deck yourself is a different story. Also, the deck has new lines in Master Duel, right? It's gonna have it's gonna have Appaloosa. It's gonna have different ratios. It's not gonna have the Code Talker cards, the Adagnister cards. It's gonna have Link Decoder. So it's gonna be different than TCG Malice. And so I will have to be very familiar with it in regards to the World Championship. So we are gonna learn Malice on Friday. And also, of course, in the upcoming weeks. That's for sure. But yeah, I mean, I'm not. It's not like this is bad news or anything for me. It's not like I'm mad about this because I knew this was gonna happen, right? That's the thing with Master Duel. It is behind the TCG. So if there is a deck in the TCG that you don't like, you know it's gonna come to Master Duel eventually. Like, I was ready for this. I knew this was gonna happen at some point. So it's okay. I've dealt with it in the TCG. I'm gonna deal with it in Master Duel. It's all right. The other way around, you know, whenever there's a deck that I like in the TCG, that's also gonna come to Master Duel eventually. Like, you know, I was always okay with Ryziel. And eventually we're gonna get Mitsurugi. Eventually we're gonna get Vanquish Soul, and so on and so forth. So like all those things are gonna happen as well. So that's fine. Just gonna have to learn how to deal with Malice before the World Championship, of course, because as it is right now, even if it releases if they announce like a pre-hit late, or even if they do a small hit to it next month, or even if they don't release March here, no matter what, this deck is probably going to be on every team's lineup for the World Championship, right? Like, that's probably a given at this point, because it releases in July and Worlds are at the end of August. So chances are there's not going to be any hits to Malice until the World Championship, right? So like, it's going to be in every lineup. The only question, I guess, is, do they also add Ryziel before the World Championship? And then we're going to have Ryziel and Malice on every lineup. I don't know. That is something we're going to have to wait and see. But yeah. That is the Master Duel news for this upcoming Friday. We're gonna take a look at, like, for example, here I saw Maguro, one of last year's World Championship competitor for Japan, post a list on Twitter this morning as to how you could potentially play Malice in Master Duel at the moment, and this list is insane. This is, I think, a level of Malice that has never been legal in TCG or OCG. I think this would be the best Malice deck ever in any of the formats, because it has 3 Rabbit, 3 Dormouse, 3 Field Spell, but it also has 3 March here already. It has access to 3 copies of Allure, plus 2 copies of Gold Sarcophagus. Plus it already has Malice in the Mirror. The only thing it's missing, basically, is the Adagnister in the extra deck, but honestly, I don't think that matters. I really don't think that matters for Malice. I think whatever endboard Malice makes, it doesn't care. But it has Appaloosa, plus it's playing best of 1, so there can't be Lancea. Like, I mean, I guess there could be Lancea, but most people won't play it. I'm not saying this deck list is perfect, right? Like, there's no Impulse in here, which you probably will play in Master Duel. But like, still, you know, you could also play Bestials in Master Duel to counter some other decks in the format. But this is probably the strongest version of Malice that we've seen in any format. In like TCG, OCG, whatever. Like, this is the best version of Malice that has ever been legal, I think. in any of the games if it releases like this, which is crazy. So just some food for thought. Just some food for thought. I would probably put Impulse in here because Impulse is also going to be very strong in the Malice Mirror. But yeah, very, 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 very powerful deck probably. Yeah. We're going to return to Master Duel later today because I have seen a post over on Road of the King, which was listing some of the top 10 decks from last year's, last season's rated duels, and it had some interesting stuff in it that I wanted to check out. So we're going to return to Master Duel and play the new season later today, but for now, I want to make a switch over to some other news, and then we're going to go back to Master Duel later. The first thing I want to talk about is something that happened for Asia English format, or Asian English format, which is a little bit of a mystery to me, but I do want to mention it real quick. They did get a ban list for Asian English format, which I don't even really know per se why they have a different ban list than the OCG. I do know that they basically have a completely different release schedule in Asian English. To be honest though, I don't even know exactly what kind of really, like, which countries even play this, because I checked it out. For example, I noticed this is Asian English format. Challenger Cup Singapore was Asian English format. And just for reference, this is what some of these lists look like before this ban list. They had 3 maxis still, not 2. They had what other stuff do they have? Like I see, let's say, play 3 gammas alongside the 3 maxis. It's a pretty wild format. It's a pretty wild format, and I don't really know the reason why it is like this. I don't know why they don't just follow either the TCG or OCG, but for some reason they think it's good to have like a third format out there. But it is what it is, because some of these players also do qualify for the World Championship. Not the ones of this tournament, but like the champion is invited to the Asia World Championship qualifier, and then those that tournament can qualify you for the World Championship. So, yeah, I don't know how this affects like the World Championship itself. I don't know if this ban list is something that the World Championship like looks at all. But they did get a ban list update. But for the most part, these changes are not that interesting, I think, because they are just basically stuff that's already existed in other formats. They're just kind of like a little bit behind, I suppose, because they are now banning Dweller. They're banning Kaiser Colosseum. They're banning Summon Limit, which are mostly banned in other formats already. They're limiting Shifter, X Ryziel, Sword Ryziel, Bonfire. Because, I mean, it looks like Ryziel is the best deck in it at the moment, so that makes a lot of sense. And they're slight Fiendsmith hits, Gamma to 2, and the Goldsark to 2, I suppose. VFD is also legal in this format. VFD is legal in this format? Well, I guess I won't find it in any of these decks, but that's crazy. Yeah, okay. Hulk is legal? Hulk? Why is Hulk legal? Holy, okay. Well, yeah, I just stumbled across this on Twitter this morning, and I thought it was interesting that they got a ban list and that their format is so different. I don't know what really the reason for it is, but here you go. I guess with this ban list, maybe their format gets a little bit closer to ours. Yeah. Why would Blue Eyes not play Hulk? You are right. I think they didn't. I mean, but is Hulk that good in Blue Eyes? Well, I don't know if Blue Eyes would play Hulk. Not sure, actually. I feel like if anything, I would maybe expect Blue Eyes to play VFD, right? Because Blue Eyes could do double Spirit overlay for VFD. They could do that. Well, yeah. Hulk and VFD do nothing these days. Power creep is crazy. I don't think that's a good argument. I don't think that's a power creep issue. I think there are some Yu-Gi-Oh cards that are always super dangerous, and they are just waiting for the right time to shine. Like, you could have said the exact same thing during a format where, but like before Ryziel came out, you could have said like, oh, Dweller does nothing right now. Like, Dweller does nothing right now because power creep's crazy. That would have never been a good argument, because Dweller did nothing pre-Ryziel because there simply weren't many good rank 4 decks. As soon as a rank 4 deck comes around, the card becomes a problem. The same is true for VFD. VFD is not seeing play in this format because the best decks don't have level 9s. If the decks had level 9s, they would still make VFD. VFD is not power crept. VFD is not being played because the decks don't have level 9s. That's a different thing. I mean, yeah, Paradise Smasher is the perfect example. Paradise Smasher did not see play for the most part of its existence. Not because it was bad, not because it was power crept, but simply because there was no deck to just spam 3 level 5s easily. But as soon as K9 comes out, those cards are seeing play. So that is not a power creep problem. That is simply that, of course, the playability of a card depends on 2 factors. How good is the card itself, and it also depends on the environment. Like, is it usable in the current decks? And it just seems like VFD is, I mean, VFD is a broken card as ever, and there's just no deck that can use it right now. But that doesn't mean it's power crept. They thought the same about Protoss. I mean, we're going to talk about Protoss because I'm planning to do a banlist discussion for current TCG at the moment. Protoss was a card that, like, didn't see play immediately when it came back. And so some people were like, maybe it's fine that they brought back Protoss. But then it turned out, look, all that was missing was a deck that could easily make a rank 4 to make Banshee to search Flag to search Protoss. And instantly, Protoss is auto-winning games. So sometimes it's not a matter of power creep. Sometimes it's more a matter of the environment that these cards are in. So I don't agree. I don't think this indicates that something like VFD could come back, or even Halka Fibrax. Yeah. Anyways, interesting. A better example of power creep is Dragon Ruler. I mean, there is power creep in Yu-Gi-Oh! Don't get me wrong, and there is decks that can come off the ban list, of course. I think there's multiple types of cards that are on the ban list, right? Like, some cards on the ban list are more like generically problematic cards in Yu-Gi-Oh! That have just turned out to be not healthy for the game. And I think something like VFD goes into that category, where it's just like, there's no reason to have a card like that legal, because if it ever sees play, it's toxic, right? And it's auto-win, and it's not fun. And then there's the other type of cards, which is mostly like archetype related, where it's a certain archetype that used to be very powerful, not because it was toxic, but just because it was strong, right? Like something like, I don't know, Dragon Rulers, something like Zodiac. Like, those decks were not inherently like toxic, they were just very powerful, and so they put them on the ban list. So when power creep happens, those things can eventually come off, because now there's other powerful decks, maybe more powerful decks, so getting those archetypes off the ban list is completely fine. So I would rather look at it like that. Like, yeah, like something like Dragon Rulers, obviously power crept these days, so they can come off. But something like VFD, chances are something like the concept of VFD will probably never be power crept, because the concept of VFD is locking your opponent out for an entire turn. Like, unless there's a future in Yu-Gi-Oh! Where for some reason the games now take a lot longer in terms of turns, that concept is always going to be auto-win, right? And so, like, you can't really bring that card back ever, unless the game fundamentally changes. All right. Speaking of ban lists, I feel like that's a good segue into the next thing I wanted to do. We're going to talk about current TCG format and how to quote-unquote fix it. I guess we're also going to talk about if it needs fixing. I want to preface this discussion by saying that I am not sure whether I'm expecting a ban list to happen anytime soon. Because I think there's an argument to be made that they're just going to wait to see how Duelist Advanced shapes up the format, and we're not going to get a ban list super soon. then there's the other argument of like, okay, but like there are a couple of things that the current format could really improve the health of the game at the moment, and they also might want to make a ban list to make sure these duelist advance archetypes and then these justice hunters archetypes really can unfold their full potential instead of having to compete with full power Mitsurugi and Malice and Ryziel in their current state, right? So there's some arguments here and there. No matter what, I think it's going to be an interesting topic. So whether this ban list happens or not, or when it happens, I think is irrelevant. I just want to take this time to take a deeper look and talk about Alliance Inside format as it's coming to an end, and maybe talk about what kind of changes I would like to see in order for it to be just the healthiest it can be, basically. Because I do think the current TCG format, and we're going to look at it in a second, I think is pretty close to what I would consider a good format. I think there's a couple of cards here and there that I would like to see hit, but for the most part, I don't think the TCG is in like a bad state at the moment. But I think just theorizing about how it could be even better, I think is always fun. So I have prepared a list of cards I want to talk about here. Maybe before we hop into the individual discussions, we can take a look at the 4 biggest national championships that have happened in Europe, and just to get some context for what's what the situation is at the moment. So we'll see for Germany, we had Mitsurugi at the top performing deck. For all 4 of these nationals, it's going to be Mitsurugi and Malice in the top 2. Those are the best 2 decks of the format, and I think those are the 2 decks that deserve a hit at the moment, because I think even with the Duelist Advance and the Justice Hunters archetypes coming out, I think both Mitsurugi versions and Malice versions are still going to be able to compete for the top spot in the format. I think that indicates that they do deserve a slight hit to them. I will say, I think the gap between Malice, Mitsurugi, and the rest of the format is not that large in the TCG at the moment, which you can basically tell by the fact that there is basically half or more than half of top cut in these tournaments that goes to other decks. There is room for other decks in this format, but still Malice and Mitsurugi are quite strong. And so I think those are the 2 decks I mainly want to hit with this ban list. And then the other thing is more like, you're going to notice that outside of Mitsurugi and Malice hits on this ban list, and Ryziel, I mostly want to see some generic cards go. And that's why usually I save those for the end. But I think for this particular format, I want to talk about these cards first, because genuinely at the moment, I don't really have a huge issue with most of the decks in the game. I would like a slight hit to Mitsurugi. I would like a slight hit to Malice. I would like a slight hit to Ryziel. But for the most part, I think decks in the game at the moment are a lot better designed than they were in 2024. Like, I don't have an issue with any of these decks like I did with Snake Eye or Tenpai, if you know what I mean. It's mostly, I think, some of the generic cards, which I have some higher hopes for these, that they're gonna do something about these, because I feel like in recent years the TCG has been pretty good with reacting to some of the most outrageous like floodgates and generic cards in the game. You know, we've seen them ban some floodgates, we've seen them limit some floodgates, we've seen them finally limit Shifter on the last ban list. So there is at least some awareness that that these cards should be on the ban list. So I want to talk about these first. The first couple of cards that I want to mention here are like the traps that people are playing to just auto win going first off of something like a Triple Tactics Thrust. I have no issue when someone uses Thrust as a card for going first to set a card like, I mean, Black Coat Laughs, of course, is also considered like a lingering effect, but it's nowhere near as toxic as something like Harpy's Featherstorm. And something like Harpy's Featherstorm even sees play as a 3-of in a lot of Ryziel decks, because it's so good to just hard draw it. And so I'm really an advocate for banning these 3 in particular. I think at the moment are the biggest offenders of this. Because the main goal of any of these cards is just to draw them or search them with Thrust to auto win the game on the spot. And I think that is not a very healthy pattern. I don't like that these cards are being used this way. I don't think it's very fun. And I think these cards deserve to be banned. And I think chances are not bad that one or multiple of these does actually get the hammer. Because of what they've recently done to some other floodgates. Like putting these to one just wouldn't do anything, because a lot of the time they are being played as a one-of to search with thrust, and that's why I think these cards should be banned. I mean, we've been asking for D-Barrier for a long time, and even Different Dimension Ground and Featherstorm have been in previous ban list discussions, so I don't want to waste too much time on them, but I would like to see these go. I think this would already improve the format by so much if this was gone from all the decks, you know? Droll Lockbird is probably the most hated card in the current format overall, I would say, or I would guess. And I also am not a fan of Droll Lockbird. However, we've talked about this previously. I don't believe that Yu-Gi-Oh! In its current state can afford to ban Droll Lockbird. I think if you ban Droll Lockbird, you probably have to do a lot of other stuff to be able to do that, to not have the game go completely out of control. I do think the necessary evil argument is not the strongest. I'm not happy that I have to make this argument, but it is unfortunately the reality we live in. Is if you ban Droll Lockbird and don't do anything else, or don't do like a lot to some crazy archetypes, then there's going to be a lot of problems. So my preferred way to handle this is I would like them to see maybe a replacement for Droll Lockbird, like design a new card, something like they did with the Molcharmies to quote unquote replace Max C. So they made a more balanced version of Max C, which is still powerful, don't get me wrong, but like make a card that is meant to counter those kind of strategies, but not as toxic as Droll Lockbird, and then Droll can go. That's what I would like to see. But since we don't have that at the moment, I'm not sure how happy I would be to see Droll Lockbird on the ban list in the long run, but like I wouldn't be opposed to it either if they like hit Ryzeal properly, because Ryzeal is the biggest offender of this, right? Like Ryzeal is currently the one that is forcing people to play Droll Lockbird. Droll Lockbird covers some other decks as well, but the main reason to play it at the moment is Ryzeal. The thing is, if they, let's say they hit Ryzeal very, very hard, and then they also limit Droll or ban Droll or whatever, we're going to have to wait and see what the next offender is. Because there are other offenders. Like maybe if Droll Lockbird gets banned, people start playing Dark World anymore again, right? Because like that, then there's basically no counter to Dark World, and so on and so forth. So basically, it would be risky to do it, but I wouldn't be completely opposed to it. Lancia, quite frankly, I don't think is gonna see a change to it. I'm not a fan of Lancia as a card, but I just think the card sees like too niche play for them to ban it. That's more of a prediction than a wish. I do think in an ideal world, Lancia probably isn't legal, maybe because they want to boost the popularity of Orchist that hasn't released yet in the TCG in Europe. It has released in NA, but that'd be the only reason. But like I feel like with that logic, they would have banned it by the time Malice came out, right? Like if they wanted to boost the popularity of their releases, they would have done this before Malice dropped. So I feel like if they didn't do this for Malice, then they wouldn't do it for Orchist. But we'll see, I guess. Shifter, honestly, I think Shifter is gonna stay at 1. And while I would like the card to see, like I would like to see it banned, I don't think that's gonna happen right now because it simply isn't. It's not that big of an offender at the moment, at least. It might be in the future, but right now, Ryzeal, Mitsurugi, Malice, they don't care that much about Shifter. As a result, it doesn't really see that much play, and I think it's like not the time for them to move it from 1 to 0. I'm already happy that it's at 1, so I'm not gonna like complain about Shifter, because in the current format, Shifter is not really something to complain about. So maybe in the future it's gonna go to 0 in a format where it sees more play, but for now it's kind of whatever. Mistaken Arrest. Maybe some people think it's a little bit too niche to really complain about a card like Mistaken Arrest, but this is exactly what I was alluding to in previous ban list discussions. The the process of weeding out the toxic going first auto win cards in Yu-Gi-Oh is something that takes time, because for most floodgates there are replacements, and Mistaken Arrest is one of those replacements. You know, they have taken away some floodgates in previous ban lists, you know, I don't know, and some other toxic going first cards, like maybe a Pointer of the Red Lotus or some other cards got banned, and who would have thought that people are going to find replacements for them? And Mistaken Arrest is one of those replacements, as a card that against any deck that tries to add this card just is this card is better than Roland Lockbird, basically, when you're going first. A lot better, because it not only does it stop you from searching, it also stops the first search. Like, you're not gonna have to wait for your opponent to search and then activate it after. No, you can chain when they try to add. Also, the Roland Lockbird at least has some play around potential in the draw phase. Like in Mitsurugi, you can like use prayers and draw phase to play around it a little bit. Mistaken Arrest has nothing like that. So I would like this card to be banned. The same goes for Deck Lockdown, actually. I good call, chat. Good call. I didn't include Deck Lockdown in this one, but also Deck Lockdown saw a decent amount of play in side decks and is toxic. So those are the kind of cards we're looking at the moment that I would really like to see banned. Mostly, I am noticing this right now. A lot of these cards are post-side problems. Which is like, you know, we've talked about the concept of the side deck in the past. I do think they need to do more about these post-side games on the ban list, because like everyone always looks at, oh, what are they going to do to this archetype? What are they going to do to that archetype? What are they going to do to this main deck card? But like a lot of games are played post-side deck, and when people just bring in these kind of cards, it just makes the games so much worse after side decking. And that's just a shame, and that shouldn't be the case. So yeah. Now, another very, very big offender in the current format, and now we are moving towards more deck-related cards, but Arch Nemesis Protoss and Eschatos, to an extent, I feel like Protoss was probably the worst unban they have done in a long time. That was a card that I did not expect to come off the ban list, and I did not want it to come off the ban list. Immediately when it came off, it didn't do that much. Like, the first deck I think that made use of it was Ritual Beast. And then nowadays, it's just like every deck that can make a rank 4 is making Banshee to search Flag, to search Protoss or Eschatos, and auto-win the game that way. Not a healthy play pattern. I think something needs to be done about this. Now here we ask the age-old question, is it the searcher that's the problem? Or is it the card that is being searched that's the problem? In this case, I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't really care. I don't really care which of the two they ban, but I think one of the two needs to go. Either they ban Protoss, and whether Eschatos needs a ban or not, probably, I'm leaning towards Eschatos is fine. But I'm not a fan of Eschatos, but I don't think Eschatos is going to change. But I would just revert the Protoss. I would just revert the Protoss hit, but I wouldn't be mad if they did this, you know, or Flag, whatever of the two. I don't know. I don't really know if there's a huge difference between these two. I do think in general, we're going to talk about King of the Feral Imps as well. These rank 4s, while I typically don't like the argument of hitting the searcher, I think an extra deck searcher is just incredibly hard to balance around, right? Like, every time a good Pyro card comes out, every time a good Reptile card comes out, every time a good Warrior card comes out, you have to worry about these rank 4s that can just search him. So I'm not sure if this is the way I personally, I'd be happy if they did this. I'd be happy if they did this. Now, already, I want to note something. I think it's unlikely. Like, we're going to put a bunch of cards in banned today, mostly generic cards. And I don't know how likely it is that they release a ban list with like 10 banned cards on it. So this is not a prediction. This is more like a general game balance and game design discussion that we're having today. This is not what I'm predicting to happen. I don't know if they're going to ban 10 cards at the same time. I would love if they did, but it's more of a wish list, but yeah. Okay. And with these changes, I think most of the generically broken stuff in the format right now would be pretty much fixed, and we can now talk about individual archetypes that I would like to see some changes to. First off, Mitsurugi. I think it is fair to say that Mitsurugi is currently the strongest engine in the TCG. There is a pure Mitsurugi deck, there is a Ryziel Mitsurugi, and there's even other versions of Mitsurugi like Orchest Mitsurugi that are all doing pretty well. Now, here's the thing. There's two things that you can do about Mitsurugi. I think the first thing that you could do about Mitsurugi is you could ban King of the Feral Imps, because King of the Feral Imps is the card that is responsible for Mitsurugi being splashable in so many other decks. And I will say, banning King of the Feral Imps does not affect pure Mitsurugi at all. I did play King of the Feral Imps in my Mitsurugi deck at French Nationals, but I was considering even to cut it. I was considering to cut it because pure Mitsurugi does not make it very often. You don't really need it. And so I think this would not be a bad choice. I don't think this would be a bad choice, because I think the power, like, I feel like the Habakiri, there's no way they didn't intend for Habakiri to be such a strong one-card combo, because that was pretty obvious on how that was going to work. Like, they knew what they were doing when they made Habakiri such a strong one-card combo. I don't know if they anticipated the amount of decks that would just be splashing Mitsurugi to make a Feral Imp and go full card combo off of it. And so in that case, you could fix that completely by just getting rid of King of the Feral Imps, and at that point, you can still splash Mitsurugi in other decks, but you actually have to draw Habakiri or Prayers to do the combo. And in pure Mitsurugi, this does not matter. Literally, it does not matter. If King of the Feral Imps gets banned, you can still play pure Mitsurugi, no problem. Yeah. The other way you could do it, I think, is by hitting some Mitsurugi cards. The only two Mitsurugi cards that I think make any sense to hit are Prayers and Habakiri. Those are the strongest ones because they're like starters. And also, like, I think out of those, I think Prayers 2-1 is too harsh, to be honest with you. Because Prayers, especially for pure Mitsurugi, is such an important resource. I think Prayers to 2 already does damage to the deck. So I could see this being the combination. I would say King of the Feral Imps ban and then Prayers to 2 is a pretty good way to do it. Because the thing is, if you put Prayers to 1, I don't think you can play pure Mitsurugi anymore. Does pure Mitsu need a hit? Honestly, if they ban Feral Imps, maybe not. Maybe this is fine. Maybe this is completely fine if they just ban King of the Feral Imps, honestly. But then I'm a little worried that people are still going to play Mitsurugi in a lot of other decks just because you can just play 3 Haba, 3 Prayers, and basically 1-card combo with those 6, right? Because that is still very powerful to draw one of those cards. But I think this would be fair, personally. I think this would be fair. I think this would eliminate a lot of the splashing Mitsurugi stuff, and you could definitely still play pure Mitsurugi with those changes. All right. Now I want to talk about Ryziel. And I do think that Ryziel has proven these days that it does need another hit. Definitely. Ryziel at the moment is being splashed in so many different decks that I think, like, I never had an issue with pure Ryziel. I want to make that clear. I don't have a problem with pure Ryziel, but I do think that all of those hybrid Ryziel variants have been, their ceiling was too high, right? Like either it was Ryziel Fiendsmith, then it was Ryziel Mitsurugi, then it was Ryziel Heraldic. After Duelist Advance, it's going to be Ryziel Onomat. Like, there's so many ways to abuse this deck, this engine, that they do need to do something about Ryziel as well. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you. A lot of you guys are saying what I'm thinking. I think eventually a card like X Tryzeal is gonna deserve a ban. And probably if they ban X Tryzeal, nothing else for Tryzeal needs to be on the ban list. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know how likely it is that they're gonna ban X Tryzeal. I don't know if that's something they're willing to do yet. I don't know. I really don't know. I could see something like putting all the Tryzeals to one. And so I didn't include Sword, but maybe Sword as well. Like I could see that happening. Maybe X to one, Ice to one, Sword to one, something like that. You could ban Duo Drive, but I'm gonna be honest with you right now. I think that is just way too much of a game design hit. Like sometimes there are those kind of situations where I feel like they could do something really cool, and they just tend to not really do that. Like banning, I don't know, Tryzeal Cross. You guys are saying it. Like, yeah, banning Tryzeal Cross would probably solve a lot of the problems with Tryzeal, because that's like the only way Tryzeal has to really outplay a Nibiru. If they want to go, basically, if they want to go like full combo, the way they do this is by setting up Tryzeal Cross early and then doing whatever they want after. Banning Tryzeal Cross would be phenomenal for game balancing, but they just don't really tend to make those changes. And I don't really know. I don't really know if that's likely. But yes, I want to let it be known. I think banning Tryzeal Cross would be a very, very good thing. More likely, I think we're gonna see like X to one, Ice to one, something like that. And I mean, at that point, like, fine, I guess. You know, hitting those cards even harder. I don't think they're gonna do anything to Detonator, even though they could ban Detonator. But I think in hindsight, honestly, I'm not a huge fan of the Detonator limit. Looking back at it, because once again, I never had a problem with pure Tryzeal. I think it was always the hybrid versions that I cared about most, that like were the problems. And those decks just don't care about one Detonator, right? Like when you play Heraldic Tryzeal, you don't care about the second Detonator, right? Like it's just, yeah, Detonator is fine. Yeah, preferably I would see Crossban, but I think X, Ice, Sword are the more likely targets. All right. Now Malice. I'm gonna try to be as non-biased as possible about Malice here, because you guys know I don't like this deck. I find Malice hard to balance on the list here, because the only real way to hit any of the Malice cards is you could make some consistency hits to it, right? Like you could hit Dormouse and White Rabbit even further. However, I'm not a fan of this. I'm not a fan of consistency hits to Malice, because I don't think it's fun gameplay when like, even as someone who's playing against Malice, right? I don't think it's fun gameplay when my opponent doesn't play. Like, I win because my opponent didn't open a starter, or I lose because my opponent opened a starter and just went full combo anyways, right? So that's not my logic when I think about these decks. So I think these cards should remain unchanged. I don't want Malice, White Rabbit, Dormouse, or Underground to be hit further. I'm okay with them being at 2, because I feel like the deck is still consistent enough. But I think the only other way to really hit Malice would be to ban one of their link monsters, which would be, I guess, Whitebinder would be the best hit, which is what a lot of people are saying in chat right now as well. Once again, I don't think this is going to happen, and I also think this is a little bit too harsh. Even as someone who does not like Malice, I do think this is too harsh. I think this is too much for where we're at right now. So I'll give it to the Malice duelists. I will not advocate for a Whitebinder ban. I think Splash Mage is the one that deserves it. I think that's the one. I think Splash Mage is a good compromise. I think that's one of the best ways to link climb for the deck. It's not the only way to link climb for the deck. I think that's the one I want to notice. For Malice in particular, there's another card that works like Splash Mage, but actually it's just a little bit weaker, and that is Haggard Lizardos. Because of all the Malice cards being able to summon themselves from the banished pile, Haggard Lizardos is basically Splash Mage, with the only difference that it uses up one of your once per turn effects, right? So like when you go ahead and want to use Haggard Lizardos to link climb into a link 3, you have to use up one of your once per turn effects. Instead of just going Splash Mage and not using up any other effect. Like, you're just basically turning 2 bodies into a link 3 for no reason, or like for no drawback. Whereas with Haggard Lizardos, at least you have to get rid of one possible extender later because it's already been banished and revived. So I think that's fine. Also, you can do the same thing with SP Lil Knight. You can SP Lil Knight your own graveyard, bring one back. They still have link climbing tools. And that's why I think this is a fair hit. I think this is a fair hit to the Malice link climbing stuff. And I'd be fine with this being the only Malice hit. I think that's I think this is the best one they could do. Wicked to not search the Ignister. I don't have it that big of an issue with Wicked. I mean, I also don't like that combo, but like I think yeah, I think that's it. There's no way that's sufficient. Oh, so do you think it's not enough? I think dude, maybe I'm being too generous to Malice. What have I become? I don't know. I feel like I'd be happy with this. But it's also just like we are getting new powerful decks, right? Like we are getting Justice Hunters. So like, you know, Vanquish Soul K9. We're going to have Yummy. We're going to have Draco Tail. I feel like it's fine. Like I said earlier, I don't have a huge issue with this format. Like I don't think these decks are that problematic inherently. It's more like I want to hit some generic cards. I want to hit some floodgates. And I want to hit some like super splashable stuff like Mitsurugi being able to be splashed in every deck, or like Ryziel having like 15 different versions that all do some very powerful stuff, and then like a slight hit to Malice, and then I'd be fine. Like that's how I feel about the current format. I feel like I don't want to hit Malice super hard because I genuinely don't think the current format is that bad. Yeah. Well, I guess let me know how you feel about it. Next up, Fiendsmith. I don't feel like repeating the arguments for this every 2 months now, or every 3 months. I am an advocate of pure Fiendsmith is completely fine. Fiendsmith Bestial or whatever, no one ever complains about those decks. I mean, no, people complain about everything, but you know, pure Fiendsmith is fine. And I think the biggest defender with Fiendsmith was always the splashability in other decks, always the and this is something we have to get rid of eventually. Like, this is just something, as long as Fiendsmith remains untouched, the existence of Moon is going to make combo decks stronger forever. Like, as long as people play something like Nibiru, the ability to just turn 2 bodies into Caesar before committing to other combos is always going to be strong. Like, that's not something that's going to be power crept. Like, outplaying Nibiru with any 2 monsters on the board is a very powerful ability. So I think banning Moon is necessary eventually. The only other option you have to prevent this from happening is banning Caesar. I just don't think that's going to happen because Doom of Armageddon, Doom of Dimension, or whatever the next set is called in the OCG, is a DDD themed set. They're not going to ban Caesar, I don't think. But I think it is time for Moon to go. I mean, it was time for Moon to go last banlist, and it was also time for Moon to go the banlist before that. It was also time for Moon to go the banlist before that one. But now, surely it's time for Moon to go. And no other changes to Fiendsmith, in my opinion. Yeah. All right, and then honestly, I got no beef with any other decks in the format. Except for Mermail, basically, and I wanted to mention Primite real quick. My personal prediction is no changes to Primite soon, at least. I think Primite and Primite Blue Eyes are fine decks. As much as, you know, I see some people argue like, oh, Blue Eyes is boring to play against, especially when they have Primite. It's like always like ending on the Omni Negate from Drill Beam plus whatever the deck would usually make. And I do agree. I do think that is something that Primite is kind of dangerous for, because it kind of makes it so decks end on whatever they would normally end on plus Drill Beam, which sometimes can be a little bit too much. But overall, I think Primite is a fair engine in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! So I wouldn't hit Primite at the moment. I think if Primite ends up being even more splashable in the future, maybe there's more Primite support. I mean, we just get more Primite support in Duelist Advance. So maybe Primite eventually becomes even stronger, and then we can talk about it again. But for now, I don't think they need to change Primite. And then I do want to see a hit to Mermail. I think Mermail is the kind of deck where it doesn't top a whole lot, but it does top basically every big tournament. You know, we have one in France, we have two in Italy, we have two in Germany. Did we have one in UK? We did have one in UK. It kind of tops like every tournament, and that is also true for other decks. Like, it's probably also true for Blue Eyes, but I think Mermail is just one of those decks that as long as it's popular, it's going to be just, it's not just the popularity of the deck, because the popularity wise it's fine. It's more like it's just toxic. You know, it's just a toxic deck to play against. So getting rid of Bahamut Shark and Dweller was already good. It was a good step in the right direction, but there are replacements for Mermail that people are going for. There's Barrier Statue and there's Mooling Glacier, which are both very, very powerful cards. And then there's also Minstrel, which is basically, there's two angles. You could hit the stuff that is so crazy, like Barrier Statue, like Hand Ripping with Mooling Glacier. Or you could hit the one card that enables them to do all of that basically uninterrupted, which is Minstrel. I personally think Minstrel is the best ban for this deck. I have heard some people say that this completely kills Mermail because then they have no way to play around Nibiru, which my personal opinion is good. They should not have a way to beat Nibiru in a deck like that. Like, if your deck is trying to hand trip 3 cards and Barrier Statue lock me, bro, I get to Nibiru you. I'm gonna be honest with you. I get to Nibiru you. That's the trade-off. Like, I need to be able to you know, somewhat handle, like, you cannot hold a single hand trap for a choke point because Minstrel exists. It's such a toxic card. It's such a toxic card. Limit Minstrel is so irrelevant. Limit Minstrel is not a good hit at all. They always search it. I think Minstrel is the only solution. Because Minstrel enables everything. And the crazy thing is, like, even when you ban Barrier Statue and Mooling Glacier and you leave Minstrel intact, there's probably still crazy replacements for the deck. Like, you can probably still do some crazy stuff with these. I don't know. The only other solution, I guess, I didn't put the card in here. The only other solution is to limit Dragoons. I just hate the idea of Dragoons being the one they go for, because I think Dragoons, even as powerful as Dragoons is, it is very powerful. I don't want Dragoons to suffer for the sins of Barrier Statue of the Torrent. It's not worth it. It's not worth it to lose a card like Dragoons for to keep a card like Barrier Statue alive. Like, what's the point? I don't think that's healthy. The deck sucks into K9 and Vanquish Soul. See, but that's not the argument. The argument is not that, oh, maybe next format it doesn't see that much play because it's not great against this one deck. The argument is that whenever it sees play, it's toxic. And whenever Barrier Statue of the Torrent hits the field, there's no fun to be had. I feel like it's not that hard to grasp that some Yu-Gi-Oh decks, even if their representation or their win rate is not outrageously high, still deserve a hit because no one enjoys playing against them. Like, that's like, yes, maybe Mermail only tops like 2 or 3 every tournament, but like, it's still, if you play against 1 or 2 Mermails per event, that's still annoying. That's still a problem. I I would personally do Minstrel. I can see arguments for doing Statue and Mooling Glacier instead, or limiting Dragoons. My favorite hit to this deck is Minstrel. And I'm gonna be honest with you, Mermail duelists, you're just gonna have to find some lines into Nibiru that don't completely suck ass. You're just gonna have to like find a way to push through it without just ripping it out of your opponent's hands. You're just gonna have to play an honest game of Yu-Gi-Oh with your deck if that card's gone. Because I do think there is potential for Mermail to play through Nibiru if they're forced to like find a line to work out. Like you can make a rank 7, threaten to rank it up into the Poseidra, which if it gets Nibiru revives 3 cards. So maybe the future of Mermail is like you threaten the Poseidra early, so they kind of have to like nib you, and then you can keep going after because the Poseidra revives 3 cards. Or you summon a Mooling Glacier, and then they have to chain nib to it, otherwise they might lose it. And then you get nibbed early, and you maybe still are able to play somewhat after. And your opponent you still rip 2 cards with Mooling Glacier, and the Nibiru is gone, so they only have 2 cards in hand, drawing the 3. I don't think not looking at your opponent's hand and being able to rip the Nibiru out of it is gonna completely kill the deck. I think Mermail has lines to play under Nibiru. Also, one thing that you guys are completely ignoring is the fact that Mermail's disruptions, the fair disruptions, quote unquote, the honest disruptions, the real like interrupts on the opponent's turn that are not floodgates or hand trips, are still pretty powerful. The ability to go Abyss Shrine, banish itself, discard Neptibus, draw a card, Neptibus, revive Poseidra, send infantry, bounce a card, pop a card is a strong interruption. They have strong interruptions. The problem is they don't matter because they floodgate you beforehand or hand trip you beforehand. Like Mermail is not that bad of a deck if it doesn't auto win instantly. Like it can play like a normal game. Or you can play Blind Second Mermail as well to just OTK people because Poseidra is so strong. Like I don't think banning Minstrel kills the deck. It just forces people to play actual Yu-Gi-Oh with it. Which I understand that Mermail players don't want to do that, but everyone else wants you to do that, so you kind of got to deal with that. So this is what I would do for Mermail. And genuinely, I know this looks like a relatively big list, but if you really think about it, this is a relatively minimal list when it comes to impact on the individual archetypes. You know, we are dealing with generic floodgates, which no one is going to be sad about. We're dealing with the splashability of some archetypes. King of the Pharaoh-Limp, Moon of the Closed Heaven, limits the splashability of Mitsurugi and Fiendsmith. We're hitting some pretty toxic cards in terms of Mermail. And then we're doing slight hits to Malice, Ryziel, and Mitsurugi. And I think that is all the current format needs. And it's not that much, actually. It's a lot of cards because there's a lot of generic cards to be hit. But in terms of like what we're doing, it's not that much. There's not that much that needs to be done, I think, about current Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG. Because the format is fine. It's very close to a good format. But let me know what you think if you're watching this on YouTube. Let me know in the comments down below how you like the current format, how you like this approach to it. If you listen to my reasoning as well, let me know what you think. Let me know what you agree with and what you don't agree with. Unbans, I never really include unbans in these discussions because I just don't think it is that interesting of a topic. Because there's always a bunch of cards that can definitely come back, and the question is just when will they do it? Like, I don't have to tell you every time that yes, Zodiac Trident can come back. Yes, Prank Kids Meowmoo can come back, but like they're just gonna do that whenever they feel like it. Like I don't know. It doesn't feel like it feels like they save those kind of changes for particular moments these days, you know? Mermaid Nightmare is relevant. Yeah, I guess they could bring back Nightmare Mermaid if they wanted to. Should they pre-ban Paradise? The answer is yes. Obviously, they should pre-ban Paradise Smasher. The question is will they do that? Which I'm not sure. This is a prediction or wish list. It's mostly a wish list. However, I do think this time around, these are not too unrealistic. Personally. I think with how recent ban lists have gone, I think these are logical as well. I think it's not just a wish list like that's copium. I think a lot of this makes a lot of sense with the upcoming archetypes. Like, yes, this doesn't destroy Mitsurugi. It doesn't destroy Ryziel. It also doesn't destroy Malice. But I also don't think they have to do that because we get new archetypes soon. They don't have to destroy these decks. A slight hit to these decks is fine. The most unrealistic thing on this ban list is Featherstorm, D-Barrier, Different Dimension Ground, Mistaken Arrest, on maybe Deck Lockdown to go all at the same time. That is probably not going to happen, but I think that's, yeah. I don't know how likely it is, but I think genuinely not banning, especially Featherstorm, I feel like right now. Like out of these cards, funnily enough, Featherstorm is the one I have the biggest issue with because Featherstorm is so toxic. I can't even believe they made that card, to be honest, whenever I'm thinking about it. Like, putting that line of text on a Yu-Gi-Oh card should probably be illegal. But yeah. All right. So that is current TCG. I do think, in terms of timing for this ban list, most likely, I think we're going to get it after the NAWCQ and the EUWCQ. I don't think we're going to get one in July, personally. I think, you know, maybe let's throw out a little bit of copium here. I'm just going to make a random prediction for the timeline of this ban list. Because the last ones were obviously announced at NA events, right? They did these at YCSs. There's not a YCS anytime soon. However, I do feel like the NAWCQ is a little bit too soon to announce it. Maybe they do. Maybe they do announce it at the NAWCQ, but also maybe it's about time EU gets one. You know, maybe the EUWCQ, which is 2 weeks after the NAWCQ, so like the end of July, basically. I could see that being the good timing to announce it. Like after EUWCQ, we announced the ban list that is in effect at some point in August. Because here's the thing, I feel like with the World Championship happening late August, if they want to release a ban list before Worlds, they would kind of have to announce it early, like either late July or early August, so people have enough time to prepare for Worlds, right? They can't announce a YCS in like the 3rd week of August when Worlds is like the 4th week of August, unless it's in effect after Worlds. So I don't know. When is YCS Vancouver? But like the Canadian YCSs don't get streamed usually, right? So it wouldn't happen. It wouldn't really happen at YCS Vancouver. Yeah, that's a good point. They don't stream Canadian YCSs these days. So yeah, I don't know. I'm just gonna throw a prediction out there. I'm gonna say it's about time EU also gets to announce a ban list on a stream. So they're gonna do it during the EUWCQ, and it's gonna be in effect early August, so that people have enough time to prepare for Worlds with it. I think that's a realistic time frame. I think that's a realistic timeline for the ban list to happen. If they don't do it that way, I think it's probably going to be after Worlds that it's going to be in effect. Because I don't think they're going to like announce it in like the 10th of August and then be like, yeah, in 2 weeks there's Worlds. Have fun. I don't think that's going to happen. There's a chance they announce it mid-August and it's like in effect after Worlds. That's my other prediction. But yeah. Okay. They did that last year. Oh, did they? Last year, Lacrima was legal for Worlds last year? Was that what was the timeline last year? They announced the Lacrima ban list. Ooh, okay. Interesting. This list is so TCG pilled, it's crazy. You do realize this is a TCG ban list, right? Just double checking. Okay, so with that, I want to basically that was kind of like my my saying farewell to Alliance Inside format, because we are going to enter a new format in the TCG soon, of course, with Duelist Advance. So that is something that as soon as I get my hands on some cards for Duelist Advance, we're going to start looking into it for NAWCQ Prep and EUWCQ Prep. I have a couple of things planned in regards to those tournaments. We're going to be returning to some we are going to be returning to some remote duels at some point. I'm still working out the exact specifics of that, on like who I'm going to play with, how it's going to work, and I'm going to need to get my hands on some of these Duelist Advanced cards first, but I do want to test some of the stuff out. And then we're also going to return to some like preparation streams for those tournaments. Like I'm planning to do a Q&A for people that are attending the NAWCQ, you know, so people can ask me questions regarding the formats, and we're going to talk about it on stream and so on and so forth. I'm going to try to help you guys prepare for NAWCQ as much as possible. We're also going to be watching the NAWCQ live. I'm going to be live for both days on that weekend, Saturday and Sunday, which is the, I believe, second weekend of July. So that's like 1.5 weeks from now on, like 11 days pretty much. And we're going to watch NAWCQ together. Of course, it's going to be slightly weird, right? It's going to be slightly weird because the format, it might be the first time in a very, very long time that EU and NA formats are slightly different, right? And I say slightly because, of course, Battles of Legends doesn't have the craziest stuff in it, but Orcust seems to be at least somewhat relevant out of Battles of Legends. Also, I'm hella jealous of you guys being able to play Necros, but it's probably a good thing. It's probably a good thing that I don't have the option to play Necros at EU WCQ, because I would be tempted to. I would be tempted to to play Necros at Euros. My current plan for Euros is to just play Vanquish Soul or Sky Striker. I'm currently leaning towards Vanquish Soul, but I haven't figured it out yet. I do want to test some other archetypes from Duelist Advance as well. Didn't you say you also wanted to play Dragon Rulers at a big event? The thing is, like, there's more decks I want to play than there is big events. It's the problem. I'm probably gonna have to save some of those for like when regionals return. And like play like a big regional with Dragon Rulers, play a big regional with whatever, you know. But yeah. Will Monster Mayhem be legal for Worlds? The current release date for it is before Worlds, right? The current release date for Battles of Legends is August. Archmage for Euros. I do want to. I did see that Archmage topped a tournament in the OCG. I forgot what tournament it was. It was one of the, I think one of their not the Worlds qualifier, but like the qualifier to the Worlds qualifier. So I wanted to try it as well. Philippines? Yeah, maybe it was that. I do remember seeing it. So I do want to. I don't think it's like top tier right now, but like when we actually get to the remote duel streams, I'm probably gonna just like build an Archmage deck, because I do want to get the cards anyways, because that's just my personal prediction. I think yeah, this one. Hold up. Like I just feel like Archmage at the moment has a lot of really good cards, it just doesn't quite have enough, but it's like very close to being a good deck. Because like a lot of these cards are just strong. Like you read Medius the Pure, and it's just like if this card's normal or special, you add or special summon a monster from your deck, and it has an effect to bring itself back from the graveyard. You have Archmage Graph Flare, which is like if you control an Archmage card, special summon this card from your hand, then set an Archmage spell from your deck. Also, if you have 3 monsters with different types, it's a quick effect Mystical Space Typhoon. Like that's just a very high quality card. Finmail is a very high quality card, right? It's like if you control an Archmage, you special summon it, draw a card, and during the main phase, if you have 3 or more different monster types on your field, you can negate the effects of all face-up monsters your opponent currently controls. Also half their attacks. Like those are just very high quality cards, I feel like. And also the spells are pretty good. Like I only realized this yesterday, but the field spell is non-once per turn to add the monsters. Like this card says you can discard a spell trap, declare an Archmage monster card name that is not among the monsters you control and has not been declared this turn. Add that monster from your deck to your hand. That's not once per turn. Like you can just discard a bunch of spells to search all of these. And then like the spells are high quality, right? This spell card searches you the field spell, and if you already have the field spell, you add any Archmage card. This one just adds Medius the Pure. Like it's a good archetype. It gives me the feeling of a strong archetype, and since it is the next lore archetype, I feel like it's bound to get good support eventually. Unless the only way this deck I think doesn't become good is if they do something. I mean, they have done this in the past where they kind of split up these archetypes into different directions, right? They split up, like Diabellstar is split up into White Forest, Snake Eye, whatever else there is, I forgot. Azamina, oh yeah, Goblin Bikers, and like some of them synergize with each other, but some of them also don't really synergize with them at all. So if they do that, if they make like another line of cards that is part of the lore but doesn't synergize with Archmage at all, then maybe this deck doesn't become good. But if the next wave or the next couple of sets have some cards that work with this archetype, I think it's definitely going to be strong because the potential is definitely there. These cards are high quality. I think the connecting card will always be the Power Patrons. That's the other thing I was thinking about with Medius the Pure is like, if this card's normal or special, you can add to your hand or special summon a Power Patron monster from your deck. Currently, there's only one target for this, which is the Archmage Power Patron. If they make more Power Patrons, like more options to summon off of Medius, this card is potentially going to end up being super strong. Because maybe you already have this in your hand and you don't want to summon another copy of it. You know, so like I think it's interesting. But yeah, and then also, I mean, the extra deck lineup for the deck so far, there's only 2, right? They have the Diactorus, which is a Omni, only for cards on the field, so it doesn't stop Nibiru, but it is a negate. And this one, which is also an interesting one. The lock on the field spell means you have to play pure Archmage. I mean, the lock on the field spell is good. Yeah, the lock on the field spell is healthy because it says you can only... The thing is, like, you cannot special summon for the rest of this turn except Archmage monsters, Medius the Pure, or from the extra deck. So you can still... They could still have another archetype that has a different name, but, like, is like a fusion monster that you can summon. You know, that's possible. But anyways, that is basically... I do want to try this deck in its current state. Like, when we actually get to a remote duel stream and I have all the cards, I am going to try this deck to see if it's any good right now or how it plays. But this it seems solid to me right now. Nothing too crazy. Probably not good enough. But it's in the future, it might be a different story. So that's TCG for now, and the upcoming weeks. We're going to definitely focus a little bit more on TCG than in the last couple of weeks leading up to the Duelist Cup. But for now, we are going to hop into the new Master Duel season. Of course, I've already said we're going to stream on Friday when Malice releases. But for now, I figured a good thing to do in regards to also my preparation for the Master Duel World Championships is to take a look at top 10 rating duels from Season 42, which was last month. There's a couple of interesting decks here that I've ran into these decks in Master Duel a couple of times, but I have actually never played any of these decks. And I am not sure how much I'm going to enjoy this, but it is necessary because I'm going to have to learn some of this stuff for the World Championship. I'm going to have to get through it. Even if I don't end up playing one of these decks, I need to know exactly how they work and how to play against them. But it's interesting because it seems like there's a couple of decks that only really pop up in like the high rated or in like the Duelist Cup. Like for example, this one, third place here. Unfortunately, they don't have first and second place, but Fiendsmith Tearlament Lightsworn FTK is a deck that like in regular rated duel, like in the regular ranking that I play, I don't really play against this deck like ever. Maybe like one in like a couple hundred games is against this deck. But then all of a sudden, I think in the latest Duelist Cup, I played against this deck like twice. Which makes me wonder, like, is this a real deck in like very high competition? And it's been around for a long time and it just keeps popping up. And so even though I don't love the concept here, you know, like it's a Lightsworn FTK, I do want to see if it's a real deck or not. And I mean, of course, Atlantean is another deck that I kind of need practice with because I do think this deck, like any hope that I have for TCG to handle this deck properly, forget about it in Master Duel. This deck's going to be around. Like this deck's going to be a thing in Master Duel. So I'm going to have to learn this for Worlds as well. Because there is a chance we're going to have it in the lineup. And even if we don't have it in our lineup, it's going to be expected in other people's lineups. So I'm going to have to learn how to play this deck as well. Christian, of course, I have a decent amount of practice with, so I'm not too worried about that. And then there's this deck, which is probably, next to Gimmick Puppet, my least favorite deck to play against in Master Duel. I hate playing against this deck. It is the least amount of fun that I've ever had when playing Master Duel is playing against this deck. This is worse than Stun, probably worse than Gimmick Puppet, worse than Tenpai. Playing against this deck is hell. Because the way this deck works, basically, is it abuses the fact that a lot of the pendulum cards are not hard ones per turn, so that the biggest counter to combo strategies like this is obviously Max C and Molcharmi Fuvalos. The way it works is, if you get Max C'd, or if you get Molcharmi with this deck, you just combo. You do not care. You just pull through, because this card over here, the little Draco Slayer pendulum dude, it's not a Draco Slayer, it's Performapal Pendulum Magician or whatever. I don't know what it's called. Celestial Magician. This card just says, it's basically Azathoth, because your opponent cannot activate monster effects for the rest of the turn. So when you get Max Seed, you just combo until you have this dude. You say, your opponent cannot activate monster effects anymore. Then you use the Valence Field spells, which you can add, to place a card on your opponent's field so you can't get impermed anymore. And you just pull through. And this deck has no problem decking you out under Maxi. No problem at all. And the thing is, funnily enough, this deck makes a board that is so strong that even if you have 20 cards in hand, you don't beat it. I don't think there is a deck in the game that beats this deck's end board with all of its cards in hand. Because what this deck makes going first is you have Promethean Princess in the graveyard, but that's the least important part. You have Firewall Dragon, Singularity, I believe. You have Firewall Dragon. You have Appaloosa. You have a Zelantis, I think, still vibing on the board. And I think you have Sprite Elf as well, which you end up like V-linking the opponent in this deck, I think. So, and then you have Amorphage Lechery, I think is how it's pronounced, on your field and in your scale. And then I think maybe also a Baguska. So what this means is, because of the two Amorphages, you cannot activate spell cards. You cannot summon from the extra deck. If you try to attack over the Amorphage to be able to activate spell cards, they just bounce with Firewall or they pop with Zelantis. If you're trying to do anything with monsters, even with 20 cards in hand, like you're not going to have enough to push through it because they have Promethean, they have Firewall bounce here, Firewall bounce here, Appaloosa, Baguska. Like you cannot do anything even with 20. Like I've lost to this deck with like 20 cards in hand because I Fuva'd. It may have even been, maybe it was during the Duelist Cup. Like I Fuva'd and then they couldn't deck me out because it was Fuva and not Max C. And I Fuva'd them a little bit later because I was scared of them decking me out. And I think I was playing Bestial Fiendsmith and they gave me like 20 cards. They gave me 20 cards or more from the Fuva. It was the first time in my life that I had to shuffle back with the Fuva restriction because that's never happened before. I had to shuffle back like the 3 cards because of Fuva or something. So I was still down to like 12 or 15 cards after because they had like 10 cards on board. And I still couldn't beat it. It wasn't possible. Even with like a bunch of Bestials and stuff, you just can't beat it. No spells, no extra deck, bounce here, pop here, Apple for 3, Baguska, you just can't beat it. So this deck is probably the scariest deck ever when it goes first. The question is, how good is it going second? The answer is probably terrible, but it's... As much as I hate this deck, as much as I despise playing against this deck, maybe it's like one of those hidden gems in the game that you need to know about in anticipation for the World Championship. So it's just, I can't help but notice that in the highest rating in Master Duel at the moment, there's some pretty toxic stuff that's actually performing the best. Because it's Tearlament's FTK. This is an FTK deck, water FTK basically. And this is also an FTK deck. The only thing that's missing is Gimmick Puppet to make it like the holy like the Fantastic Four of freaking toxic Master Duel decks at the moment, right? Like these are all FTK decks in different flavors, except for Crystron. Crystron, your excuse. Crystron's fine. So yeah. As much as I don't like playing against these decks, I am gonna have to make myself familiar with them. Because I want to make sure for this year's World Championship, I'm as well prepared as possible. So I wanna mess around with these a little bit. The only thing is, I don't know if I can build the Pendulum deck because it's a lot of Pendulum Ultras that I might not have. And I don't want to like spend a bunch of gems on it right now because Malice is coming out on Friday. So like this deck is incredibly expensive and it's a lot of cards that I don't even know if I kept them when I pulled them. Like I don't know if I would have kept like the Draco Slayers, for example. I don't know if I have those. And because this is like 3, like I think I have the Super Heavies still. I have the Melodious, but even then, like 3 Ignis Ultra, 3 Majesty Ultra, 3 whatever this stupid not once per turn thing is Ultra. The Valence Field Spells Ultras. I don't know if I have it. I don't know if I have it. So I'm pretty sure I can build the Tearlaments deck though. And that's what we're gonna do first things first. Oh Jesus, Malice announcement jump scare. Okay. Lightsworn tier. Yep. Okay, let me pull up the list on my secondary monitor real quick. Okay. Fablery. And then Lightsworn. It plays one Lumina. It plays, let me make a glossy wolf so we don't draw it. Two wolves, 3 dragonlings. Obviously curious Minerva. It plays 3 charges, 1 recharge, 2 luminas. I have to craft those, but that's okay. They're just supers. 3 vice. I think that's it for the lights ones. Oh no, 1 Fellis. Where's Fellis? Fellis. Yeah. Okay. Then we have Bean Smith. 1 Lacrima, 2 Engraver. 3 Tract. Just Lacrima, no Desiree. Requiem Sequence. Obviously no Paradise. And it plays Pilgrim Reaper. Then we have Tearlament, Kick Colors, 3 Rhino Heart, 2 Sharon, 1 Havness. Doesn't play Rule Colors even, which is kind of crazy. No Tearlament Traps. Tearlament Kashtira though. No. Plays 1 copy of Talents. Obviously called by Ash Blossom. 1 copy of Droll. I'm not going to make changes to the list. There's no cross out, so I'm not sure why there's 1 Droll, but I'll just leave it like this. And then we have the 2 Ishizu Shufflers. So that's the 40 card list. Then we have 2 Submersibles. Dugaris. Lina. Interesting. Lina, Curious, and 2 copies of Celine. Oh, I only have 1. Okay, well, I'll craft a second Celine. That's okay. SP Little Knight. And I'm missing 1 card. What am I missing? Oh, the other Minerva. Doesn't play Max C, interestingly enough. I wonder why. But okay. It is the 3rd most performing, the 3rd highest deck in the latest season. They did get to 1800 with it. So we're gonna trust the process here. They probably know better than I do with this deck. So let me just decraft some supers. So I can make the Luminas. Goodbye, Arcana Force the Sun. Okay, so before we hop into a game with this, very quickly, let me understand the loop that I'm trying to get to. So I'm trying to banish a bunch of cards with Snow. I need a Lumina. Banish a Lightsworn monster from your hand or grave. Then target one of your banished Lightsworn monsters except Lumina, special summon it. So I banish this Lumina to revive it. Then this Lumina brings back the Shaman from the grave. But, okay, this is not an infinite loop, is it? Because I need to discard cards from my hand, right? Or is it infinite? There's also Celine. There is also Celine, but it's not infinite. That's all I'm asking right now. Because this card is involved. You need some amount of discards in your hand. You can circumvent. Basically, for every Celine you go through is one time where you don't have to discard, correct? Right? Because you make Arrow Shark, then you make Celine with the Arrow Shark. You go Celine, bring back this Lumina, I guess. It's not infinite, but you know. You know what? I've changed. We're gonna FTK the NPC right now. Because I don't want to sit there in ranked and then just time out because of it. We're gonna do horrible things to... Oh no, not the tutorial. We're gonna do horrible things to the AI right now. Hold up. Alright. Dude, they're telling me what a tribute summon is, and I'm about to FTK them. I feel bad. Oh, we got snow already. Okay. I'm just trying to see, like, the point that we're trying to get to. Okay, I milled 2 engravers. 2 engravers. So I do have Fiendsmith now. I wonder what the right order of operations is. Just Minerva. Sharon. Alright, I'm not going to worry too much about the ordering here. I'm just going to go and do everything. I feel like if I just mill my entire deck, there's like no way it's not game. It's interesting this deck doesn't even play Apo. I mean, the extra deck does seem pretty tight, but still, kind of crazy, isn't it? Let's shuffle extra deck. The burn probably matters for Lacrima, right? Like, it probably helps win in the end. Do this first. Oh my god, Jesus Christ. already hit the other Lumina? I did. So, okay, I have everything in my graveyard right now that I need. I think we have it at this point, correct? I should have it. Okay, let me see. Okay, so I can go revive this Lumina, but I think it's better to revive this Lumina here. Okay, let's go step by step. Let's go ahead and let's make this. Let's use Lacrima to shuffle an extra deck monster. Burn for 12. Let's just mill more. Banish. We want to banish this Lumina. This, whatever. Banish these 4 to mill 4. That mills 3 more. Then I do this. I banish 1 to bring back this Lumina. Now I need room on the board. So let me just do I have enough spells? I do. Let me just make Celine with this and this. Right. This discards that. Brings back this one. And now I would make Arrow Shark here and here. Right? I think I'm supposed to keep some spells for Celine, but I don't need all of them. I need 3 spells. Right, so this... Now I just need to Arrow Sharks 3 times. I have used this, so let me just make this with Snow, Arrow Shark. I haven't used Celine yet. Hold up. Okay, let me make SP then. With this and this. I don't know, man. Here. Or I'm gonna banish my own and Wolf. No, I'm banishing my own SP, whatever. Then this. I can banish Lumina and revive Lumina, correct? Yeah, okay. Nice. How sick is that? Arrow Shark. This. Okay, now all I have to do is recycle 1 Arrow Shark. So I'll just make another Celine with the Arrow Shark. Wolf. You can have Luster Dragon 2 back. With this hand, I'm pretty sure. I mean, they also, of course, the bot deck with no interruptions. I could have done this like at least 3, 4, 5 more times, right? Because I could have shuffled back Celine, make more Celines. Yeah. Hello, Mr. Joshua Schmidt. Would you like to join my Luna Light cult for the European World Championship qualifier in Berlin this year on July 25th, 27th? Currently not. I was considering playing Luna Light, but I just want to play Vanquish Solo Sky Striker as of now. There is a world that I like. There is a world where I play Luna Light at that, but I'm currently not planning to. Okay, we have beaten the bot once. So now we are ready to play the new season of stuff ranked. The only thing that throws me off a little bit is let's use the Despia board. I haven't used it yet. No Appaloosa is, but I know the more I think about it, you can't play Appaloosa, right? Because Appaloosa, I guess you'd have to make Appaloosa in the main monster zone, because otherwise the Celines don't work. If you make Appo in extra monster zone, you'd have to make like Tenpai. Oh my god, please be Power Spell Tenpai. Oh my god, yes, please. I'm ready. I was born ready for Power Spell Tenpai. God, yes. Come on. Oh god, I think it is. I think it is. Oh, yes. Oh, you queued into the wrong deck, my friend. All right, my enemy this time is not my opponent. The enemy is the timer. Okay, mill 2 spells, kind of ass. I'm not thinking too much. I'm just clicking buttons. Wolf. Engraver. Okay. Ooh. Not sure if I was supposed to activate that Rhino Heart. Maybe. I think we easily have enough time. All right, let me see some power spells. Let me see the truth. Let me see that you don't play any hand traps. I mean, I'm pretty sure they don't at this point. Oh, it's Sky Striker. No, I'm so sorry. Okay, it's Sky Striker. Oh no, we're the bad guys. No. Ah, dude, I thought we were the good guys. Nah. That's not good. That's not good. That's not good. That's not good. It's Striker Tenpai? No, they milled Ray. It's not Striker Tenpai. It is not Striker Tenpai. Okay. Dude! I feel so evil. But I also feel good. Dude, that was probably the best matchup we could have hit. The best one. Oh my god. I would have... The only way this could have felt better was if it was actually Tenpai. Oh god. Why is Lightsworn FTK better than Gimmick Puppet FTK? I have no idea. I have no idea which of the two is better. I'm not an expert at this. This is uncharted territory for me. Maybe it plays better into boards? Slightly? Going second, maybe? I don't know. Oh, God. Why are these... Maybe these decks just get more lucky than others. Maybe it's that. Okay. Well, you know, Fiendsmith Control could have done that. We've lost all 3 coin flips so far, by the way. We only went first because Striker sent us first. Have not gone first a single time. Or like, haven't... Okay, well, we got Ash and Roll. 57. Uh-oh. Huh? That's not a branded card. What is this? Invoker. Problem is they still have a normal summon. So any warrior normal summon just cooks me, right? If it's a warrior slop. It's Argo Stars? No way. 57 cards, Argo Stars? Okay, hold it. I guess I should have ashed. I guess I should have asked. Hmm. Wait, maybe it is Isold still. Because it's this is also a warrior. But what is happening? Anguish pattern. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. A good draw. This is pretty good against Kit Kalos. Is this the FTK? Yeah, we're trying the top decks from last season, and this was 3rd place last month. So I feel like I'm not gonna get a better Ash because it does force them to do this. Right? Unless they don't want to do this now. Unless they don't want to do this on Fiendsmith, but that's okay. Yeah, okay. So they chain Eteo. Bounce that. Eteo isn't once per turn. Or this card is kind of nuts, isn't it? So they put it back into the spell trap zone and then they can just do it again? Dude. That card is good. Ooh, I can tract fuse. Dude, this is messed up. This goes into the spell. That If I fuse into kick hollows, they bounce my kick hollows. I mean, what else am I going to do, though? Or not? Wait, they can't summon it again? Oh, is it still the same card? Okay, well, that makes it easier. That makes it a lot better for me. If it's still the same card, it's not that big of a problem. Okay, I thought it reset itself every time, which would have been pretty crazy. Do I want a special Rhino Heart? I think, yeah. Actually, I can't fuse with the Sharon because I don't play any other. Fusion. No. Okay, so let's go Dragonling. We probably had enough time. I mean, we don't have to FTK in this scenario. We can just attack. Hey, we win a dice roll. Let's see. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do when I get max seed. Am I supposed to just push through? Probably. Or I ash it, I guess. Dude, I feel time pressure playing this deck, even when it's the first action of the game. I'm like, I gotta hurry. I gotta speed this up, man. So, sequence, I can still go through sequence. Probably worth. Yeah, I still go through sequence. This hand's not that great. I need a kind of crazy Pilgrim Reaper here, right? I feel like. Doesn't feel particularly good. I don't think I have it. I don't have enough spells for... I don't have enough spells. I can go Lina into Celine, but I have one spell, and they have one as well. So that's 2 spells total. But I can... Wait, I can make Curious. Yeah, I can make Curious. Because I hit a light monster in their grave. Do we need the burn? Then... Curious. Probably for Snow. But even then, I still need a good mill with the Curious, because Snow alone won't really get me there. I think. Snow alone... I need to mill like another level 4 access to make like Minerva. Didn't do that. I guess it's Curious Pass. Didn't quite get there. I don't know if I missed something in this one, but I don't feel like I did. Bring back Snow. I can make SP. Bring back Snow. Hold up. If I bring back Snow, make a Link 2, bring back Snow again, make Celine. Bring this back is not enough. I think it was tier cash. What, for Curious? Just to mill 5? But then I need to hit like 2 level 4 bodies, right? In 5. I don't know if I misplayed this. I'm not sure, actually. I don't feel like I did. But, yeah. Or a tier name. Well, the tier names don't matter much because I don't play a second fusion. It's just another Kikkalos. Oh, wait, no, I didn't go through Kikkalos yet. But I needed to hit 2 tier names because I don't have one. I needed to hit double tier name. Because it's not... I don't have another Aqua. Right? Rhino Heart I can't use because I don't have a tier in hand. Yeah. Oh, this sucks. I feel like I have to try cutting them off of the tuners. I feel like I have to try to snow the tuner now. But if I target this, they just bring back a nut. No, that doesn't work. Oh god, okay, no, I can't. Problem is if I ash the roar, they can just go for wishes. Oh god, no. Yeah, I think we lose this one. It's turn 2. I mean, sometimes I think this deck can still make a pretty, like, annoying board to deal with, even if the FTK fails. Like, you can do, like, Snow in the graveyard, Ishizu Shufflers in the graveyard, SP Little Knight on the board, Ash in hand. Like, there's probably scenarios where you can make a board, if you get hand trap once or twice, that still wins. I don't know. Okay, I got food, but I don't think I can FTK and eat food at the same time. I would probably time out. Mr. Trevor, thank you for the 3 years as well. That's a long time to support the channel. I appreciate that. Yoko Kurama, thank you for the 15. And Infernoble, thank you for the 4. Okay, mate, they're going first, so I can eat. Oh my god, no! That's fine. Okay, light only. Can I out the goes in with light only? No. But I can just summon a bunch of dudes and attack them. I guess. It's the only play I have. I can't Fiendsmith. Different types up to the number of Lightsworn monsters used. Oh, that's also a tuner. Like this, and this. Fiendsmith is light, but like not everything is machine as well, so I can't do that. Mirror Force is common. I mean, yeah, I know, but I am not sure what exactly I am meant to do to play around that. Potentially Minerva, if it gets destroyed by Mirror Force, could destroy a card. Didn't draw anything. Okay, well, our deck has one synchro. Yoo! Isn't that great? Well... Oh my god, the remix is crunchy as well? Nah. Well, I doubt we have a win con this game, because they're probably going to draw an out to this, but we shall try. Well, do we just go for it? I feel like the whole purpose of this deck is to just go for it here. Oh, look, we hit Wolf. How lucky. Isn't that crazy? It is still a lot of extra deck summons that we need to go through. And we don't have a way to protect from, like, Nib, but I guess we're just hoping they don't play Nib. Oh, that's not on time. Oh, wait, I don't want to banish this, I think. I don't know why I overlaid the Lacrima. Oh, nope. I don't think the goal is to deck out under Fuva. Under Maxi, you could. No. I needed Sharon. Okay. No Maxi or Fuva, it seems. You could take Nib and make Lina into Celine. Yeah, but I don't think that's game because I don't have Snow. I need to mill. I don't know. I don't even know if I had both. I don't even know. Oh god. Oh no. Okay, I wanted to make. I wanted to make sequence. I was distracted. It's all right. Wait, I milled Havness? Oh no, they're mandatory. That's why. Dude, this mill was insane, by the way. This mill was absolutely devious. Dominus Impulse. Okay. I do not know if that's going to save you, buddy. I have my doubts. Unless you have Nib as well, but even then it might not. Oh wait, no, you can't Nib anymore. Okay, I don't have to play around Nib. I always forget that. When I haven't played against Dominus Impulse in a while, it's always like, oh, okay, what else could they have? Well, of course, yeah, I can't get nibbed anymore. Oh! Dude, I milled Snow and 2 Lightsworns. Holy shit, I am the best. They have something, but like I just don't think there is anything that matters anymore. Okay, we have everything. I didn't do the Lacrima burn because I forgot sequence earlier, so we'll see if that's a problem. I think I still have enough, but I will have to check. Goodbye, Fiend Smith. Oh, it's only banished monsters. I didn't know that. Okay, hold up. Larry activates. That's funny. Dude, on 100. I didn't realize it was only for banished monsters. I could have banished more monsters earlier. I just banished some spells. But I mean, we can do it like 3 more times. Because we have the other Shuffler Engrave. It is a very stupid deck. It really is. Yeah, they were toggled on, which is crazy. Only 2 more because you don't have discards? No, I have a Celine on the board that can revive the Shaman as well, that I hadn't used yet. And I can Shuffler back double Shark plus the Celine. So I can do it like 5 more times, I think, in that game. Or something. Probably. Not that that would ever be necessary. I definitely had like 2 or 3 more. Reason number 671 why snow should be banned. It's funny how, like, snow is the one that makes this possible. Because there's a lot of other stupid stuff in here that, like, probably deserves to be banned. Like Celine not being hard ones per turn is weird. What the hell is happening here? Or like Curious. But most of these combos are possible without those cards. Right, it's like you don't always need to do Curious. You only need Curious because you need to get to Snow. In the games where you don't mill it. And Celine also, I mean, we've done the combo a couple of times now where I didn't even need to use Celine. Bro, it's Primite Exodia. Okay. I guess that makes some sense. Yeah, sure. I mean, the deck has vanillas anyways, I suppose. $50 cards still draws the Exodia piece. Deserved. All right, well, paid 2,000. That makes my life easier, I suppose, even though my life is not particularly easy as of now. Oh, Silhouette Rabbit line. Okay, just inting into Nib like that? Sure. Prey of the Jirai Gumo. Yep, that's a normal monster. That's for Primite. Okay. Alright, alright. Goodbye, Silhouette Rabbit. I'm afraid of this card. This is these two are the scariest so far. Because I think I can maybe deal with the Drill Beam. I can deal with Drill Beam Exodia, maybe, but I don't know if I can deal with a Floodgate. Ah, sick. Thank you, Wolf. Always has my back. No, actually, thinking about it now, this is kind of ass, this situation. But okay, let us go. Inside your opening hand, there are 2 wolves. One is a brick. The other one is also a brick. You have bricked. Well, I'm already happy I haven't been Macrocosmos. That's already something I'm happy about. Yes. The Drill Beam isn't live at the moment. They have to summon the Jirai Gumo first, which I think is in the middle. And I think it pops a monster in the same column or something. So I'm just not gonna play into that column. Dude, I hit nothing, dude. I got completely shafted. Nothing. I can't use my engraver because I milled both tracts. I literally have nothing. Yep. Dude, I can't play. That's funny. They didn't even need to floodgate me. I just drew 2 wolves and milled like shit. I guess that's how it goes sometimes. Well, we signed up for it. We signed up for the Gamba. Keldo Shuffle. I know I can Keldo Shuffle a track back, but then they just use the spell to blow up my Lurry or my Engraver. Rather. This hand kind of nice, no? Start with this. All right. I missed the Paleo streams. We can play Paleo at some point again, don't worry. I mean, at the very latest, when Trapaholic comes out, we're definitely playing Paleo. Oh! They're playing 53 cards. I am just pulling through. I don't care. I am just going in. I'm hoping it's branded without many hand traps, and I am just going in. I don't care. I don't know if I can deck out 53 cards. Probably not. I'm just gonna try to FTK them. I'm not gonna... Like, this deck doesn't have a plan B, I feel like. If it's branded, I don't expect them to play like Nib. I expect like maybe a Bestial or two. Maybe we can deal with that. I don't know. I'm just going in. I guess we're going to see the matchup in a second when we go Pilgrim Reaper if that resolves. So far, no interruption, making me think maybe... Maybe there's not many in their deck. We'll see. It's Exodia again. They do play Retaliating Sea as another hand trap. I don't know if that's relevant for me. Wait, I hit nothing again. Oh my god. Okay, now I hit Snow and Wolf. I hit Snow and Wolf. Solar Recharge has got my back. And I drew pretty good as well. I had to guess, I think they only play Retaliating and Maxi. But yeah. Wait, wait. They're playing Exodia. I just realized. Oh, hold up for a second. No, okay. Dude, I didn't even think of that. I mean, I'm not stopping. I'm just gonna use tier cash to mill one of their Exodia pieces. Oh wait, there was something. Uh-oh. Draw 2. Okay, sure. Dude, why couldn't Pilgrim Reaper hit one? Why couldn't Pilgrim Reaper hit one? Dude. Oh god, I'm so scared. Okay, hold up. I need space. Banish the Pilgrim Reaper and the Minerva. And a bunch of other monsters. This. Alright, please. Elements Kashira, please. You need to save me. Otherwise, this is way too scary. Okay. Yes, we hit the head. The head, right into the head. Okay. Saved. Woo. Okay, wait, do we have everything? Lumina. We have everything. Okay. Good. Jesus. This, and this. Yeah. Whew. They have something though. They have a hand trap. They do have a hand trap. Do they have a light? No. No. Well, Charmy? Maybe. It could be a Charmy. Dude, I'm on 95 seconds. I have to stop talking. Okay, sure. so many counters. Don't think it matters, but I'm gonna keep it around. That was scary. The Exodia, man. Holy. They play Nib? Let me check. I'd probably not. They had... Yeah, they had no out. The card was Fuba. They had no way to answer it after... Yeah. It was Retaliating Sea, which doesn't matter against my deck. Fuva, which doesn't matter. The Bestial, I feel like maybe could have been used better. I don't know how early they had it. Maybe there was a world where the Bestial could have actually messed me up on like one of the Luminas or something. Like the Lightsworn Lumina. If that gets banished, it's a little annoying, I think. Oh yeah. Anyways. Okay. All right. I feel like we've done enough evil with this deck. I feel like I understand what's going on. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think the game plan under Maxi and Fuba is strong enough. Because unlike the Pendulum slop deck, you don't have a way to disable your opponent's hand trap. So against any normal Yu-Gi-Oh deck, if you just push into the Fuva or the Maxi, they just draw hella Nib, Imperm, Bestials, Veiler, Ghost Ogre, all that stuff. And I think like while the individual cards don't hurt you that much, you do care if they are played in critical mass. But, no, that last game, I pulled through and I didn't even realize what I was doing until like I was like, wait, it's Exodia. But then Tier 11's Kashtira did save me. To be fair, they did have like over 10 cards left in their deck at the end. The chances are, even if I pull through and don't hit an Exodia piece for them, that I still win and they don't have all 5 pieces yet, but it would have been risky. But I think there's a decently high chance, like, because let's say I wouldn't have milled from their deck with the tier cash, so they would have had like 15 cards left in the deck at the end, maybe 10. There's a solid chance there's an Exodia piece in like a 10 card thingy, like from their deck, right? But yeah. I would love to know how close they were. Wait, can I see hands in replays? Or not? No? Aw, that's a shame. So I felt like there were replay functions where you can show the hand. Is that... Am I tripping? Only in duel rooms? Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, alright. Fair enough. Can't see it. Well, we did win a game against Maxi. That was cool. And it was even extra exciting because it was Exodia. Now play Pendulum Slob. See, the thing is, I mean, I don't want to, but I wouldn't be opposed to trying it, but I don't have the cards for it. I don't have the cards for it. I do think with regards to the World Championship, there's other decks I want to try. This being one of them, even though once again, similar to the Tier Limit Lightsworn FTK, I'm not a fan of the concept of the deck. But Mermaid Atlantean is most definitely going to be a relevant deck for Worlds. So I do want to learn some of the lines. So I think we are going to play some Mermail. This, I mean, I know Crystron. I'm familiar with Crystron. This one I just can't build at the moment. I just cannot build it at the moment. Yugioh thinks it's the best deck at the moment. I mean, Mermail, a lot of people think that for the last Duelist Cup already, even before the Oak ban, people thought Mermail was the best deck or like one of the best decks. So I'm gonna have to be familiar with it. That is just the reality. I feel like if one of you plays Mermail at Worlds, it'd be Quantal. You might be right about that. It might be Quantal, but at the same time, knowing how to play a deck also makes you better at playing against the deck. So this was Quantal's list from the Duelist Cup. For now, I'm just going to leave it as it is. I think there is an argument to play more Minstrels to play into Droll better. Please tell me one of you guys will be mementoing. I mean, in case of memento, if we do bring it, that would probably be me. Because I have a lot of practice with the deck at this point. But, like, it is an option. The thing is, like, we don't know the exact format yet. There's still more packs to release. There's still a ban list to come. So, I mean, I do think memento is an option. Banger hand going first. Could still be good going second. Fence. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Speaking of memento. I hope they don't go for Paradise Smasher. Even without Paradise Smasher, it's going to be tough to beat memento. Is Horned Dragon necessary in memento? No. It's not a bad option. You can play it. I don't think it's like terrible to do so, but it's not necessary. A lot of times you cut it in favor of like non-engine. It's a very odd line. It does work. How does Worlds work? Do the players in the same team not use the same cards? You can, you have 3 shared cards that you can choose that you can play in every deck as like 3-ofs basically. Or 2-ofs if they're semi-limited. Everything else you have to share between, like you have 1 card pool for all the decks. So the shared cards, I think this year, just like the last 2 years, are probably going to be Maxi, Ash Blossom +1. The third one is always kind of like up in the air. It could be Called by the Grave. I could see it being Molcharmi Fuvalos. There's a lot of other... in the past, it was like... I think we used Talents in 2023. as the third shared card, and last year I think we used Imperm? I might be wrong. I think it was Imperm though. I think we used Imperm last year as the third. There's a couple of options though, depending on what kind of decks are popular. Wasn't it SP? No, we didn't use SP. I think one of the OCG teams in 2023 used SP as the shared card, but I don't think that's very smart because SP you get one copy in 3 decks anyways. That should be enough. There's enough decks that can work without SP. I think using SP as a shared card is kind of like a waste of a slot. What do you think of a tournament using the Master Duel Worlds format but no shared cards? I think at that point you are just misrepresenting Yu-Gi-Oh, right? Because Yu-Gi-Oh is a lot about Maxi and Ash. Like those are very relevant cards in Master Duel. And if you force like most people to play without those cards in the team, then it becomes weird. And yeah. I think the main purpose of the shared card pool rule is that everyone has to play that you have to play different decks. I think that's the main point. They want those decks to be like mostly normally built, right? And that is the case. If you look at the World Championship decks, most of the time it's just different decks, but they are built in a quote-unquote normal way. Of course, like one of them might not have Called by the Grave, or like one of them might not have Imperm like it would normally have it in like ranked. But for the most part, it's just going to be like normal decks, right? It's just so that you don't have the same deck going up. Because otherwise, if there was no rule like this, chances are that like the teams would just figure out the best deck, and then every player on the team has the same deck. Shared card, but Maxi banned would be more enjoyable to watch. I mean, Maxi banned. Oh my god, they are going for it. Maxi banned would be more enjoyable for the game as a whole. All right, come on. All right, we lost. The one or oh my god. Bro doesn't even need to use. Yeah, okay, we would have lost even without the. We would have lost even without the thingy. What shared cards would you pick for a TCG 3 versus 3 tournament? I'm not sure, because Ash, the thing is, Maxi is a shared card because it's Maxi, right? And Ash Blossom is a shared card because Maxi exists. I think there is a realistic world where in some TCG formats you wouldn't even share you wouldn't even share Ash Blossom. It depends on the format, of course. In some formats it would still be Ash Blossom. In the current format, it would probably be more like Droll, Uva, and maybe Ash. I don't know. Maybe I should have sent Dragoons here. Because not having access to Dragoons right now does hurt me. If I go Pike, what does it add? Pike, discard Poseidra. It's not great. Special Dragoons. I think it's Special Dragoons. And then I just go Abyss Rhine. Send Dragoons. Yes. I feel like I messed this up already. Poseidra send... No. Yeah, I don't play Coelacanth because Quantal didn't play Coelacanth. I don't know what I want here. Can I Mooling Glacia them? Yeah, I can. No Minstrel makes the Poseidra alliance a lot weaker, though. Am I supposed to go through this here? Discard my Shadow Squad, revive 3. I don't have a tuner because I didn't go through Minstrel. If I link off the Poseidra, I get back like 3 thingies that don't really do anything. I think it's just this. Revive 3 into Nepta. I can't make, I don't have a level 3 in the grave. Oh wait, no, this discard's for cost, right? Yeah, okay, hold up. Wait, I think you were spitting, hold up. Do I make this or this? Two fish, sea serpent, and or aqua. Okay, so I make this. Discard this. It's fine. So I'm adding a Mermail here. And then Dragoons is gonna add the Neptibus. So I can revive Poseidra. Normal summon Rice Heart. This only messes me up, I guess, if they banish my infantry. Of course, normally the plan would have been summon when they activate Birth is summon Poseidra, send infantry, pop Birth, and bounce the Rice Heart. Because now I might lose to Typhon. I do have follow-up slightly, but like it's not the greatest follow-up when my deck is so empty. So I don't know how this is gonna go. It's not great. At least they went for draw. I think if they take and make Typhon to clear my entire board, basically, I think I lose. Oh, they don't play Typhon. Okay. Bro, why are you here? Are you German? Yes, I am. Don't forget Poseidra can't attack. Yeah, the Abyss Gaios is stopping my level 7 or higher monsters from attacking. Which is why I'm summoning this. It can attack, right? Yeah. Why not Poseidros and Gaios? I mean, it doesn't matter. Yeah, there's multiple ways to win here. Oh, I forgot. I was gonna do something fun during lunch break today. Kind of forgot about doing it. We can still do it if you guys think it sounds fun, because I think it does sound fun. I thought about because there was a Magic ban list yesterday, and I thought it'd be fun if a Yu-Gi-Oh player who doesn't play Magic just looks at it and thinks and see if I can figure out why they banned the cards that they banned. I thought about doing that. I think it'd be fun. Sounds more fun than this hand. I mean, yeah, okay, fair enough. I think it could be funny because like I know how Magic works, so I'm not like completely in the dark, but I haven't played standard format I mean ever. Why is the Mario music playing? I don't like this. Uh-oh. Of course there's a target for it. It's the biggest red flag in deck building when there's a target for Crimson Dragon. Am I just gonna nib on summon of these 3 big thingies? Because they might just make Varudras next, right? I feel like I have to. Or are they locked into synchros? If they... No. Well, I was expecting this token gonna be fat, by the way. Biggest nib token ever. Okay, calm down. I've seen bigger nib tokens than 9,000. Ow! Manju! Okay, this could matter against me. This is a pop. Pass. Okay. That does not help. This is not good. I feel like they should have popped this. This is a clear sign of desperation. Unless they have Ash for Dragoons, I guess it's fine. Okay, no, this cooks. Dude, they just drew that as well. There's no way they had that earlier. Losing to Rio get? No. It's losing to Maxi. It's a difference. There is a very large difference between those two things. Bro, I haven't even summoned my prince. Does not play. I don't think. Discard Minstrel. No, this does not play. Use water is full combo? No, it's not. I don't know how unlikely it is that they just deck me out, depending on the version of the tier deck. I do play Nib, but that's basically all I have. Or they might just kill me through Nib because of Rule Colors. They make Rule Colors before 5 and then just go in. There's a world where that's enough. Or they just search a trap and pass because my hand was a brick last turn. That'd be very dangerous for them. But there's a world where that's their play? Oh no. Okay, they search a trap. That's a good sign, although it is crime, which is scary to go up against, but we'll see. How many sets do we have? Two. Okay. Well. Pike. This Pike. I guess that's only fair. Yeah. I don't know if I can win this game. It doesn't seem like it. Yep, that Keldo is a problem. Even this is dangerous against tier, but I feel like I need more stuff to put damage onto the board. I do have 5 right now. Okay. Well, they are scared of it. That's good. Or maybe it's bad, because it might mean they have something very good in hand. Rhino, Tier, Cash, and Scream. Scream might not have a target. Never mind. Does have a target. Alright, well. This will maxi back. This is a messy game. Is there a chance we can deck them? No. Not against Tier Element. Not with a Shuffler Engrave and 22 cards left in hand. Called by is good. Nothing here really matters. I think there is a way to win this turn, but it's not going to be easy. Well, actually, it depends. It's not that hard either. Because this bounces 3. Okay, these are not helping. This bounces 3. Alright, easy clap. Dude, Mermail going second is a completely different deck than Mermail going first. Like, it's so much more fun to play Mermail going second. I also think they just misplayed by using Solic on the Mooling Glacier. I don't think that mattered. I don't think the Solic on the Mooling Glacier was good. Under Max C, I feel like just let me discard 2 cards out of your hand. I mean, they're playing friggin' tier limits. What am I gonna hit out of their hand? I guess, what did they have? They had it wasn't Ash. What did they have? The tier cache that they protected? They could have just changed that to the Moulin. I forgot what it was. I don't know why they protected anything in their hand, to be honest. Because it was always, that game was always either I win that turn or they win with their follow-up. Like their no 2 cards I can hit out of their hand would have made their next turn not winning. It was Fiendsmith cards, Rhoda, Scream, Heartbeat, second Maxi. Yeah, I don't know why they protected any of that. Jesus Christ. Well, if they have an out to Fuva, we are cooked. Wasn't Neptibus a better target for Crime? I think the Crime was fine. Crime on Poseidra was okay. Ooh. Ah, okay. Well, there's one unknown card. And it's not an out to Fuva. Nice. I think it was chainable. I'm not sure. Maybe it's their own Maxi. That'd be a little annoying. You mean out to their Maxi? Well, nah, not really, but I guess it counts. It counts because it means I can potentially stop this turn if things go too crazy. I don't think it's Droll because they would have played. Okay. Should I max C here? No. It's going to be Minstrel Chain Max C probably, but I don't know what else I'm supposed to do about this. I feel like if it is, I just go in for game. Yeah. I think I just go in for game because they're on 6,000. I'm on 1 summon right now. Three summons. 4 summons with Neptabis. Poseidra. And Dragoons. Bounce Diabel. It is 4 summons for 6,000 damage. So it should be fine. Unless I miscounted, but I think this is 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Technically, I have 5 engrave. I'm not going to summon it before the battle phase. Oh. Alright, let's do one more and then we'll do the Banlist react. At least we did do a rank up. You have any interest in trying Judeo's build of Mermail? I'll probably mess around with it a little bit once it gets closer to Worlds and we actually know what the format exactly is. Because, I mean, the non-engine you play in the deck is highly tied to the meta at the moment, right? Like, for example, I would argue the Kaiju is here because you can beat Snake Eyes if you distribute the Apo. That dynamic might change with Oak being banned and maybe the top tier decks being like Malice and Crystron, we don't know. So I'm just more interested in just learning the general concept of the deck rather than just like optimizing the list, if that makes sense at this point. Because Worlds is in basically 2 months at this point, so there's still time to figure out the exact lists. I just want to learn the deck. No one's gonna share Droll, so there's little value in Coelacanth. That's another thing for Mermail, right? Like if no one shares Droll, that deck is also scarier. This is gonna be rough. Full Blue Eyes combo is hard to beat, even with Mermail. You a freaky fish kind of guy. No. No. Wouldn't say so. Well, Drill Beam Majesty with both Blue Eyes, Double Spirit, Fuva for turn, the GOAT. It's not looking hot. If at least it was Max C, we could have drawn some cards off these special summons, but no, it's Fuva. Oh no, that's the wrong music. That is not gonna help. I don't think we can break it. I do not think we can break it. Nope, 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 nope. Absolutely impossible. I mean, we're not going to get Sekka draws because they have an Omni here and a Drill Beam. Like, we're not getting shit. So. Can't beat that. All right. Okay, let's do the banlist thingy just for fun. I think it's gonna be fun. All right, hold up. Where is it? I did open it somewhere. Oh yeah. Hold up. Is it better if I go right side? Right side. Where does it show the thingy? Here. Okay. Okay. We're gonna do a fun little exercise here. I'm not sure how good I'm gonna be at it, but there was a Magic Banlist update yesterday. And I think it'd be fun if a Yu-Gi-Oh player who doesn't really play Magic, I know the rules of Magic, but I don't actively play Magic. And I've basically never played a game of Standard in my life. If I look at this ban list and try to guess why these cards are ban-worthy, we'll just see if it's fun. You know, we do like sometimes to consume some content on other card games and just theorize about card games as a whole. So maybe we can figure out why some of these cards were banned. Maybe for some of these, people said I would need some context, but I guess then we just will fail on those. Is it just for Standard? Oh, there are other cards in other form. Dude, how many formats? Okay, anyways. Apparently there's a change in Alchemy, whatever that means. Pioneer best of one on MTG Arena. historic. Dude, they have historic, timeless, vintage, and legacy? What's the difference? Anyways. We'll just go through standard. We'll go through standard. Don't worry about it. Okay, I will not worry about it. Maybe my life is easier if I don't worry about it. Okay. First things first, we have Corey Steel Cutter. Equipped creature gets +1/+1 and has trample and haste. Flurry. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, create a 1/1 white monk creature token with prowess. You may attach this equipment to it. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, that token gets +1/+1 until the end of turn. Equip costs 2. Okay. I don't feel like this is a card where I'm missing much context. This just feels like a very high value card. Don't you just play this once for 2 mana, and then every time you play 2 spells, you just get a free... It's a free 2/2 that can attack immediately, has trample, and then grows for each other spell that you cast. Right? And if I remember correctly, equipments in Magic don't die if the creature dies, right? So like if you kill one of the monks, it just goes back to your board ready to become another 2/2 monk with trample haste that grows. So this just seems like an incredibly broken card, no context needed. It counts itself. Oh yeah, it does count itself. So like when you play it, but it's not even like a big tempo loss when you play it for the first time, because all you have to do is play it and another spell, and you immediately get a 2/2 trample haste. How does the trigger order work in Magic? Like if, let's say I cast this, then I cast another spell. Do you create the 1/1 monk before or after the spell resolves? Like what the reason I'm asking is basically if you get do you get the monk and then it immediately grows because of prowess for the second spell? Or does it not grow for prowess because it doesn't see the spell being cast? You don't get the prowess. Okay, sure. Okay, so it is a 2/2 that you get, not a 3/3 instantly, but it can become bigger once you thingy. Yeah, okay. Now that just seems good. That just seems like a broken card, no context needed. All right, cool. This, like, I'm assuming they probably play this in like red aggro decks, but this seems like a card that's even good enough to build like other decks around it. Like I could see there being like a control deck that just has a lot of spells, and you just do most of your damage with the little monks that you get every turn. Like it might not even be an exclusively aggro card. You might just put it into like other stuff that just because it's just high value. Blue-red was the deck? Okay, sure. Next up we have Abuelo's Awakening, which is a sorcery that costs 4+X. Return target artifact or non-aura. What's an aura? Enchantment card from your graveyard to the battlefield with X additional +1/+1 counters on it. It is a +1/+1 spirit creature with flying in addition to its other types. Okay. This feels like a combo card. This feels like a card that's missing context, like you said earlier, because this feels like the power, like this feels like a card that's not that broken unless there's something really broken to get rid of, to get back with it. Like, because you don't have to pay the cost for the card you get back. So you could bring back, like if there's like a completely crazy 10 mana enchantment rather, or artifact in the game, you can just discard it and basically revive it with this. Look up what is that? Omniscience? Is that how you say it? 10 mana. You may cast spells from your hand. That's exactly what I mean. Okay. You may cast spells from your hand without paying their mana cost. So basically, is that like a combo deck where you try to discard this card and then you bring it back with this, and then it's just like everything you play is free as early as turn 4, because like you don't care about the X. Can X be 0, or does it have to be at least 1? Can be 0? Okay, so you can just play this for 4 mana because you don't want to get any +1/+1 counters. You just care about getting the thing. And then it just, yeah, everything's free. Okay. I mean, I'm guessing if the card is banned, that has to have been somewhat consistent, because I'm imagining in a 60-card deck, making sure you can get this by turn 4 and get the other one into the graveyard by turn 4 is not always, but like maybe it is consistent. Otherwise, it probably wouldn't be banned. It was the second best deck in the game. Okay, well, that it probably has to be somewhat consistent. All right. Monstrous Rage. 1 mana, red instant. I think that's quick play. Target creature gets +2/+0 until end of turn. Create a monster roll token attached to it. If you control another roll on it, put that one into the graveyard. Enchanted creature gets +1/+1 and has trample. So, okay, so it's like the +2/+0 buff is only until the end of the turn, but the +1/+1 plus trample stays forever. So it's basically +3/+1 this turn, plus gain trample, and then it loses 2 attack at the end of the turn again. That just seems like a very high quality aggro card. But is that really enough to get it banned? Maybe it is. It is an instant as well, so you can like chain it. Imagine it with Cutter. Yeah. I guess it's a very cheap spell you can just cast to count as the second spell. It does gain trample. So I guess you wouldn't want to put it on the monk because you'd rather put it on a different creature that doesn't have trample yet, but still, it's a good card. Yeah. I can see this. Top 8 was 8 aggro decks. Was aggro just like running rampant in Magic at the moment? Sure. Yeah, I mean, this seems like a very good card. Hardfire Hero. Another red card, dude. 1 mana, Mouse Soldier, Valiant. Whenever Hardfire Hero becomes the target of a spell or ability you control for the first time each turn, put a +1/+1 count. Okay. When Hardfire Hero dies, it deals damage equal to its power to each opponent. Okay, that's insane. These two together has to have been one of the strongest combos in the early. Like they played this on turn 1. They play Monstrous Rage on turn 2. You're like almost dead. It's on turn 2. This is a 5/3 with trample that hits them for 5 immediately, and it goes back to 3 attack at the end, but then when it dies, it still deals 3 damage, and then on future turns, it still grows further. You were dead on 3 or 4 most games? Dude. Yeah, no, that card's crazy. Okay, well, I suppose there's not much to guess here about the red cards. They're pretty clear in how they're used. Up the Beanstalk, a green card. Okay, it's a green enchantment for 2 mana. When Up the Beanstalk enters the battlefield, and whenever you cast a spell with mana value 5 or greater, draw a card. Ooh, this is my type of card. This is my type of card. This is a card that I would enjoy. Play 2 mana, play it for 2 mana, immediately get your investment back, right? You draw your card instantly, and then later on, you just cast big stuff and draw cards. That's a great card. I love this card. Why'd they ban this card? They should not have banned this card. That's a huge mistake. On a real note, why did they ban this card if the meta was so aggro heavy? Like, why is this more like a preemptive hit? Because if you're saying aggro is super good at the moment, then like did decks even have time to really develop this card and then gain value from it? Read the explanation. Where are the there are explanations? Oh well, no, I don't want to spoil myself. You can cheat with the cost and still draw. Oh, okay. So what does that mean? If you let's say you play a card that costs 5 mana, but like it becomes cheaper for some reason. You're like you can pay 3 less to cast this card or something. And so effectively you only play 2. Does it still count as a card with mana value 5? Look up Leyline Binding. Someone sent it. Hold up. Leyline Binding. 6 mana card. Domain. Flash, I think, means you can play this fast on your opponent's turn. This spell costs 1 less to cast for each basic land type among lands you control. When this enchantment enters, exile target non-land permanent and opponent controls until this enchantment leaves the battlefield. So, okay, so if you have a bunch of different basic lands, this can cost you like 2 mana or something, or I mean at the lowest 1. And then you still draw a card off of Up the Beanstalk. Sure. You know what? I get that, but I still don't really know if I think that that's ban worthy for Up the Beanstalk. Because I feel like if you can pull this off, dude, other decks kill you by turn 3 or 4, you said. You said they kill you by turn 3 and 4, and you guys are mad about an enchantment that draws you an extra card if you feed out Leyline Binding on turn 3 or 4? I don't know, you know what? I don't know if I agree with Up the Beanstalk. As a non-Magic player, that definitely matters. My opinion matters a lot on this. They should have left Up the Beanstalk alone. It did nothing wrong. Hopeless Nightmare. When Hopeless Nightmare enters the battlefield, each opponent discards a card and loses 2 life. Okay, for 1 mana, that's already annoying. When Hopeless Nightmare is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, scry 2. 3 mana, sacrifice Hopeless Nightmare. That just seems like a very simple... Like, that's just good. From 2 perspectives. Like, that's a good burn card. Because it's just burn 2 for 1 mana, which is not bad, is it? And then forcing a discard, so it's not even like -1. This is a context card. This comboed with bounce spells for multiple hand rips. I can imagine that. Yeah, I can imagine 1 mana enchantment. You can easily bounce it back and force your opponent to do it over and over. Yeah, toxic card. What does Scry 2 mean? Scry 2 is like a consistency thingy. You get to like look at the top 2 cards of your deck, and then I think you get to decide whether they stay on top or they go to the bottom. I don't know if you can like keep 1 on top and 1 to the bottom, or if you have to do both on top or both bottom. But it's like something like that. It's like look at the top cards and see if you like them or not. And then put them top or bottom. Any order, top or bottom. So you can switch the order even if you want to keep both. That's cool. But I'm guessing the 3 mana just to scry 2 is pretty bad. I think that's not why this card is good. Like that would probably just be something you do in a very, very bad spot. Like if you really need to top deck something or like whatever. But like I think you wouldn't want to do that. Okay. This town ain't big enough. 5 mana instant. This spell costs 3 less to cast if it targets a permanent you control. Return up to 2 target non-land permanents to their owner's hands. So it costs 2 mana if you bounce one of yours and one of your opponents. It does combo with Beanstalk. It combos with Beanstalk. This reminds me of a Runeterra card called Homecoming, which was a 4 mana spell to bounce one thing you had and one thing your opponent had. Pretty cool card. It does combo with Nightmare as well. I don't know. I can see it. I can see it comboing. I understand how it works. I understand why it's good. I still don't know if I think that that's too strong. 2 mana, bounce one of your things, one of your opponent things, especially if they're banning Up the Beanstalk and Hopeless Nightmare. Did this really have to go? Is there like something really broken that I'm missing? The self bounce is more problematic than opponent bounce, but surely there's other things that bounce. Surely there's more cards that can bounce your own stuff still. Surely the advantage of this card is that it bounces for you while slowing down your opponent, right? That's probably the reason why this card is good, is like, not only are you bouncing something for you for like value or for a combo, but you also slow down something from your opponent so you have more time before you die. So, I mean, I can see why it's a good card. I don't know, like, I mean, you know what? I'm noticing that, I mean, I am, whenever I play mana-based card games, no matter if it's like Magic or, I mean, I mostly played other mana-based card games. I was never a fan of aggro. So I'm noticing how I'm like, okay, Corey Steel Cutter, Monstrous Rage, Hardfire Hero, I'm on board with those bans. I like those. They definitely deserve to be banned, even though I've never played against them in my life. Because I don't like aggro. But then all the control stuff here, or I guess a little bit combo-y stuff, I'm like, what? They should have kept this. With never having played with or against it, I'm like, no, they should not have done this. They done goofed with this one. Okay. In Alchemy, they banned Corey Steel Cutter. In Pioneer, which is best of one, they banned Tybalt's Trickery. Counter target spell, choose 1, 2, or 3 at random. Its controller mills that many cards, then exiles cards from the top of their library until they exile a non-land card with a different name than that spell. They may cast that card without paying its mana cost. They put the exiled cards on the bottom of their library in a random order. I don't even want to know why that's banned. It's a broken combo card. Choose 1, 2, or 3 at random. Its controller mills that many cards, then exiles cards from the top of their life. Oh, I see what you do. I see what you do. You counter your own spell. You want to do this. You want to do this, right? You want to mill that many cards, then exile cards from the top of your library until you exile a non-land card with a different name and cast that for free. Oh, God, it's so dumb. Why'd they make it that way? Why didn't they just say counter target opponent's spell? You counter yourself and have a deck that guarantees to get exactly what you want. Yeah. Dude, they forgore? Yeah, but like, how do you... Okay, look. How do you make a mistake like that? How do you not see that? Whoops. Yeah, okay. Historic counterspell is unbanned. Well, I know counterspell. I do know counterspell. I don't know what it means that it's back in historic though. Howdy gamers. Welcome to our mid-year banned and restricted announcement. See, they got explanations, which is crazy. Standard. Today's announcement is our once-a-year early rotation window for Standard. Our goal with this window is to set the next rotation cycle up to be as fun as possible. We do this by saying an early goodbye to a number of cards that have proven their strength and made the format less fun, either by creating unhealthy play patterns or by restricting the viable deck building options, blah, blah, blah. We're announcing the banning of 7 cards in Standard. Our last, there were 3 decks clearly at the top of the metagame. Red-based aggressive mouse strategies, self-bound strategies powered by Nurturing Pixie. When Nurturing Pixie enters the battlefield, return up to 1 target non-fairy, non-permanent you control to its owner's hand. If a permanent was returned this way, put a +1/+1 on Nurturing Pixie. Okay. And often referred to as Pixie decks and the Domain Overlord's ramp decks, but below these top 3, there was a sea of other decks that stood a fighting chance on any given weekend. The release... Corey Steel Cutter. It was the deck to beat at the recent round of Standard Regional Championships and represented over 40% of the Standard metagame. That's crazy. So it plays Monstrous Rage. It plays... Wait. Red, blue, the aggro deck doesn't play the mouse? Okay. Okay. All right, I'm not going to read through everything. I'm just going to look at some of these deck lists. So this was the red and blue deck that used it used Monstrous Rage. and it used Cory Steel Cutter. This is the deck that uses Abuelo's Awakening. Oh, I know this card. I have it in one of my Pauper decks that I have never played yet, but I have a Pauper deck. I don't think it's legal anymore. Yeah, is it Omni? Am I saying it right? Omniscience? Or is it more like omniscience? I don't know the word. So yeah, this mills the second, omniscience. Okay. Draw 2 cards, then discard a card. What is impending for? What is impending? You can play it cheaper, but it has to count down. So you play it for 3 mana, and then you wait 4 turns until it becomes a creature. But you do get the draw 2, discard 1 immediately. So it's like 3 mana, draw 2, discard 1. Basically. Okay. That doesn't seem that good. 3 mana, draw 2, discard 1 in an aggro meta. Draw 3 cards, then discard a card for 4 mana. Okay, I mean, they play cards that make sense here, right? Like, they try to draw and discard, basically. Try to filter, I see. And then just combo into this, and then play everything for free. Sure. Mono red aggro. There you go. There he is, the hard fire hero and the monstrous rage. Interestingly enough, the aggro deck, I would have thought aggro can also make use of the thingy here, the Cory Steel Cutter. It still seems like a good card for aggro. Maybe it's still a little too expensive for aggro. Why is there a 6 mana card in aggro? Oh, because you can also play it for 2. Deals 5 damage to target creature without flying. Okay. And then this is Up the Beanstalk. This is the cool deck. This is the one they should not have hit at all because it's waste. I don't know what it does. Look at Hauntwoods. Impending 4. 3. Okay. What if you use impending on this? You pay 3. Is it still, does it count as 5? Does it count as a mana value 5? Do I draw a card with Beanstalk? Yes. See, that's dope. They should have left that alone. They should have left that alone. Whenever Overlord of the Hauntwoods enters or attacks, create a tapped colorless land token named everywhere that is every basic land type. Now, that's cool. Eternal Schemer. Enchantment creatures you control have Death Touch, Lifelink, Hexproof. Target non-aura enchantment you control becomes a creature in addition to its other types and has base power and base toughness, each equal to its mana value. Target non-aura enchantment. Okay, so this just you just turn your enchantments into creatures that have Death Touch, Lifelink, Hexproof. That's cool. I like this deck. This deck is cool. They should have left it alone. Is my take. And then there is Orzhov Pixies. Oh, that's the bounce deck. That is the bounce deck. Hopeless Nightmare. But yeah. So how do you bounce Hopeless Nightmare a bunch? You play the Pixie that bounces. Kirin. They got Kirin. When this creature enters, return up to 1 to control. If it was a token, draw a card. At the beginning of your upkeep, reveal the top card of the library. Put that card into your hand. You lose life equal to its mana value. Oh, that just makes you draw 2 cards a turn. That's kind of broken. That's pretty... That's a good card. Why are you guys saying Bob? Dark Confidant is Bomb. Why is it Bob? It's a really old card. If you look at the old art, it has the art of a guy named Bob. The first print of Dark Confidant is a world championship winner called Bob. Oh, I've heard of this in the past. I've heard of this before. Not of this particular card, but I heard that they let their world champions design a card and then they like make the artwork look like them. I think I saw like a blue card that did that. I don't remember the name of the card, but it's like a fairy, like a 2 or 3 mana fairy Snapcaster Mage. That one. Is that even a fairy? I don't know. I've seen a card that looks like a fairy. I've heard of Snapcaster Mage. Maybe that's not the one I meant right now. Maybe I know multiples. Fairy Mastermind. Hold up, let me look. Fairy Mastermind sounds right. Fairy Mastermind. Oh yeah, that is the one. That is the one I was thinking about. Hold up. Yeah, this one. So this is a world champion, yeah? So the world champion gets to design a card like this, and then they just put their face on him. That is so sick. That is so sick. Dude, if we had that in Yu-Gi-Oh, you would have had a Runic Fountain retrained that just has my face on it as the fountain. You guys are lucky we don't have that. It would have gone crazy, dude. It would have drawn 2 cards per Runic you shuffle back. And it's just my face on Runic Fountain staring at you. It would have been crazy. Okay. Well, that was fun. That was fun. Now I'm not gonna say how good this ban list was because I don't play Magic. So you guys tell me right now, how good was this ban list? How happy are people playing standard Magic right now? Does Magic ever like limit, semi-limit cards? Is that a thing, or is it just like banned or legal? No? Okay. Only in vintage? Okay. I don't know what that means. Okay, apparently people are pretty happy about this ban list. From what it seems. In Magic, cart is problem or is not problem? Okay, noted. Cart is problem or is not problem? Why can't we also get explanations, man? I mean, I will say the explanations are nice. It feels nice that they care enough about giving the community an explanation. For the most part, these explanations are probably self-explanatory though, right? Like, I mean, as someone who plays Magic regularly, I feel like most people that do could have explained why those cards are hit without reading this, right? So it's like, it still feels good that they care enough to inform the community and especially maybe inform people that are not super in touch with the game, right? Like maybe someone who just like plays Magic on and off every once in a while can read this and be like, oh, that's why it's a problem, right? And like, look at, like I did, you know, look at the deck lists that used those cards with examples from tournaments, right? Where like, it was like, okay, here was this tournament. This is the deck that everyone's been playing. It has the card in it. So you understand why it's there. So it is really nice. It is really nice. But yeah. But sometimes, as someone who plays the game very actively, I'm sure it's still pretty self-explanatory, right? For most of the cards that they choose. Imagine Konami explaining the Protoss unban. Yeah, they could never. I feel like explanations would work pretty well for bans, but sometimes when you unban a certain thing, it'd be like, yeah, well, you know what? We think it's time for Protoss to come back. Dude, people would eat them alive. Oh, yeah. Okay. That was a fun exercise. You guys, we're going to call it a day for today. it was a fun stream. I hope you all had fun as well. Hope you enjoyed. Thank you all for hanging out. I will be back on Thursday, because remember, because Malice releases on Friday, we are moving tomorrow's stream to Friday. Because tomorrow is also the hottest day of the week by far, in Germany at least. So I'm taking tomorrow off because it'd be insufferable. And I'm moving it to Friday instead, because Friday they're releasing Malice. The only thing, Friday I have a dentist appointment. I said it earlier, so I'm going to be live a little bit later than usual. Maybe an hour or two after my usual starting time is when we're going to start on Friday. But then we're going to check out the new pack in Master Duel on Friday. And I will also be live on Thursday. So I'll see you guys on Thursday and on Friday, hopefully. Thank you all for tuning in today. Thank you all for the support, as always. Appreciate you guys. And I'll be back on Thursday. I'll send you guys over to Joseph. Hope you have a fun time there. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Thank you for watching. And I'll see you guys on Thursday. Bye-bye, everybody. Peace.